Such a lovely morning, viewers, wherever you're watching from. This is Kigali, the International Cricket Stadium at Gahanga A, and it is day 3 of the Men's Elite Liberation T20 Cup 2026, and it is game number 9. Gahanga Titans taking on Imanzi Guardians, and together with the third umpire, Zaitun, to officiate the toss. Imanzi Guardians being the home team, Captain Oscar will do the flip. Tails is the call. And tails it is. Emile, congratulations on winning the toss, sir.
Thank you.
Please, what are you going to do first and why?
We are batting first.
Any reason behind that?
Yeah, we are yet to achieve our goal. We have a target of scoring 200 plus. I think we fallen short of 4 runs in the first game we played. So I think this is the day, and it's a crucial game for us and to make sure that we're into finals.
Any changes in the team that played yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, Patrick is out and Fabrice is in.
And all the very best.
Thank you.
Oscar, did the toss work in your favor, sir?
Yeah, we wanted to bowl fast.
Good. And now that you have registered your very first win in the tournament, what are the plans going forward?
Yeah, we are still positive. We know what we did well for us to win the first game. Yeah, looking forward to add more because we haven't achieved our target. We haven't scored 180 plus as our realistic goal. We want to achieve it today. Yeah, we wanted to bowl fast, of course, but yeah, whichever target will give us, we are ready to chase it.
Good. And now, any changes in the team that played yesterday?
Yeah, Zapi is not well. He's injured. Young Patrick is in. Yeah.
And all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Right here at the toss, Gahanga Titans winning the toss and opting to bat first. A very good morning once again. We are back live now. The game between Imanzi Guardians and Gahanga Titans this morning at Gahanga A. It is the Rwanda Cricket Association Men's Liberation T20 Cup 2026, and of course the previous tournament was won by Ingenzi Defenders. The Defenders defending their throne in this particular tournament. Imanzi Guardians have registered their very, very first win in elite tournaments. And Gahanga Titans have won 3 out of 4 games they've played. And looking very, very good in the middle there with the bat, as well as the batting lineup of Gahanga Titans. I mostly call it the powerhouse because they've got a very, very long batting lineup that allows them to give themselves a chance and put some runs on board. The standing in umpires Yehozo Ange Nicole alongside Zaituna, the youngest umpire so far, and doing so well, being able to officiate the elite tournaments, and that's a very, very good move going forward. And the batters have already been on the front foot, walking in, two gentlemen walking in to bat. Hamza Khan to open the batting for Ingao Titans alongside Eric Lusingizimana. The two of them have been very, very crucial in their encounters during this particular tournament. Eric Lusingizimana being consistent and scoring some runs for the team, setting the tone from the front, as well as Hamza Khan had scored some runs on their first game. In the actually in the previous 3 games of theirs, Hamza Khan hadn't been able to deliver with the bat. Not because he's not capable, but because of the approach he's been using has been letting him down big time. Going in, making sure that you've got to maximize the power play, and of course you've got to maximize, but again with some smarts in it. Oscar Manishimwe being the captain, and again the toss working in his favor, wanting to bowl fast as well. Again, having played on this ground again all their games, now this is their 5th game playing on the same ground, same wicket, same strip, and that should give them a hint. That should give them an idea of how to go about their game. Knowing how the ground, the pitch is behaving, that should give them a go about their innings. And to bowl from the airport end is Rukundo Confiance. And of course, Hamza Khan will be the only one on strike from the word go. And Hamza Khan, just knowing how he tackles the power play, he will be trying to go after that. And we are yet to see how he starts his innings as the umpire calls play, and a fast ball up, a Confiance Rukundo up and running, false start. The umpire not very ready. Confiance had to make a U-turn, and we'll have to start over. Hamza Khan versus Rukundo Confiance. Fast ball up. Starting off with 4th stump delivery, just a little bit outside of stump. Starting off with a dot ball. And at some point, you've got to give yourself a chance. Start asking questions to the stumps. Rukundo Confiance being known at those back of a length deliveries, and the ball moving away from the batter, and Hamza Khan again not having slips in place, driven down the ground, finding mid-on in place, mid-off, pardon. Again, looking at Hamza Khan this morning, looking very solid, very relaxed, not trying so hard like yesterday, trying to push down the ground and not to risk anything at all this early. Deep square leg, of course, in place, and the third man, a third delivery down the ground, and that is hit. Finds Eme Mushadusenge at mid-on, who does the fielding and does it properly, giving nothing away, not allowing Hamza Khan to get off strike and off the mark. Three dot balls in a row, and Hamza Khan will be having a different thought, will be trying to take him on. Swings hard, up in the air, that will be a chance, but the ball goes long enough to clear the boundary. The very first boundary, first maximum on Hamza Khan's name, as Hamza Khan opens his runs account, as well as Ingabo Titans runs account. 6 runs on board. It was a very good delivery, but again, Hamza Khan, with the power he possesses, the timing itself, gave it enough elevation to clear the boundary. Rukundo Jean-Pierre could only watch that ball sail over his head. Beautiful looking delivery. Now asking questions to the stumps. And Hamza Khan had been struggling 2 games in a row, getting dismissed in the very first over of the inning. And it should give him an idea of now how to go about the last delivery. Yesterday's game in the morning, Hamza Khan had hit a 6 and a 4, and the last delivery, Eric Kubgimana was bowling. It was a wicket. Driven down the ground, Ememwicho does the fielding at mid-on region. And Hamza Khan survives the very first over. Nyiziman Eric yet to face a delivery. Hamza Khan, known at facing the very first over alone, this time round goes for a maximum and just a single. Previous encounters from day 1. This will be game number 9, as game number 10 will be on the other side, ground B. Ingenzi defenders taking on Imena Centurions. And to bowl the second over, the young left-arm seamer Patrick Idadukunda, and the under-19 men opening bowler. And of course, witnessing these encounters, this RCA Men's Elite Liberation T20 Cup, I won't be alone in the comms box. We'll be joined by Eme Nhuraija. First ball, and first ball has been dispatched, and this will race away to the boundary. Again, Hamza Khan starting off in style. 2 boundaries now on his name. And now Cedric Chuzuzo not being able to stop that, and bounced just in front of him. Look at that, and goes all the way to the boundary. Hamza Khan hits that one through the gap, through the offside. The ball doesn't have enough legs to get to the boundary. Hamza Khan still doing things just by himself, but again for the team. Ebeng Huraija, very good morning, sir.
Thank you again, Adele. It's a pleasure to be here this morning at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, and it'll always be a pleasure to be with a man with an experience in this game of cricket. And Hamza Khan going hard again and managed to get a boundary, the second boundary in this over. Look at that shot. The man's coming down the ground and played it nicely and straight. and managed to get 6 from the 4th ball of the 2nd over.
Hamza Khan being very aggressive this morning, and an inside edge, and fortune favors the brave, they say. It is another boundary on his name. Patrick now going for plenty in this particular over. Now 16 from just 4 deliveries. And that is Patrick Iradukunda being taken to the cleaners. Just 4 deliveries. Hamza Khan right straight into the 20s. 23 off 10 deliveries. Striking it at exactly over 200. And Hamza Khan having faced everything so far. He will not stop there because this time round goes big and goes long enough. Another boundary. Hamza Khan, what are you doing in this cricket match? Look at that beautiful looking shot. Making sure that Mucho watches that sail over his head for a maximum. And now, if you are to count 2 maximums, 2 boundaries, now 22 runs off just 5 deliveries, with 1 more to come. Still, Hamza Khan hitting this ball cleanly and making sure this time round he delivers with the bat.
The man Hamza Khan has not been doing good with the bat through this tournament, but this time round he shows a change and hunger for the runs, and he've got that excellent timing and proper execution of the shots. And Mr. Adele, do you see him going for more runs, or it's just the matter of the power play?
I'm telling you, Hamza Khan is there to go for more and more, because now the approach has been changed. He's making sure that he maximizes on the loose balls. I call them loose balls because he's making sure that whatever is offered to him, even any delivery, turns to gold. Now goes into the 30s, having faced the 2 overs alone, 12 balls, 30 runs on his name. And for sure, that tells you, that tells a story on how far Hamza Khan can go. And for sure, if he goes on like this, just being smart about the innings, he will go for more.
The bowler coming in is the man, the captain himself, Emil Rukiliza from the airport end. Now it's Emil against Hamza Khan, the man who is on fire this morning.
Oh, it was confiance. Goes high. That is an opportunity. And an opportunity put down. And Hamza Khan survives on this one. Cedric Chuzuzo dropping that particular catch, and it was there for the taking. But again, now it comes back to the character. When you are fielding, expect everything to come at you. And again, keep calling it. Be aware of whatever might come your way, because now Rukundo Confiance here will be struggling. Had got an opportunity, but the effort just went begging just like that.
Good balls there from Confiance Rukundo. Hamza Khan giving a chance from the first ball of the 3rd over, but Cedric, being too generous, dropped that one. This could have been another story. if that catch was taken at the moment. The man facing is the man who holds the highest individual score in a single inning in this tournament. He scored 8th in 80s, goes high again and makes it to the boundary, pulls it through deep square leg and goes for the boundary.
And not just a boundary, but a maximum this time round. And Rukundo Jean-Pierre just gave it a dive, but the dive goes in vain as Eric registers his very first boundary, as well as opening his runs account. Margin now in 2 overs, 0.3. This is the time that Eric Dusingizman had to face a delivery. Hamza Khan hit straight into the covers, straight to the man shot number 13, Emmanuel Imanishimwe, who takes the catch comfortably. And the easiest of the catches, Eric Dusingizman goes facing only 3 deliveries. Rukundo Confiance strikes in his very second over. Kundo Confiance dismissing Eric Dusingizimana, the man who has been on fire for Ingabo Titans. This time round, they've swapped roles with Hamza Khan. Lately, Hamza Khan had been going off way earlier, leaving Eric Dusingizimana hanging. And this time round, it's Eric Dusingizimana's wicket that goes just like that.
The new batsman coming in is Kwizera Fabrice, the man from Kinihira. Now he's been playing for Sorwate Cricket Club, and now he's got his chance to come and represent Ingabo Titans in this men's early T20 Cup. Dropped it to the point, but couldn't make a single from that one.
Kwizera Fabrice, again, another exciting talent, an under 19 contestant, an under 19 candidate. And again, for as long as he should be ready playing 50 overs. But again, beautifully played and beautifully timed. Exactly before I even finished this sentence, and Kwizera Fabrice proves himself to be right there and right in business. Clips that one off the pads, off the legs, and goes for a boundary. The score moves into the 40s now, 41 for 1 after 3 overs. Kwizera Fabrice was going to talk about him, that instead of being able to be now getting ready for the 50 over tournament, the ICC men's under 19 Division 2 qualifier, which is going to be held here in Kigali. This time around, he's playing the T20s. Again, to me, I always think it is always the mindset. It is always the approach. It is always actually the mindset shift from one format to another. And being smart at that gives you an idea. Mutimana Clever into the attack. And Hamza Khan, he is not going to stop anytime soon because he goes for a maximum on the very first delivery from Clever Mutimana. Clever not being clever.
The man who's leading a wicket taker in this tournament has been taken for a maximum for the first ball of this over.
Of course, clever starting off with that line, and Hamza Khan can never hesitate. He is there to stay for sure. 37 of 14. Second delivery. Beautifully done. Very well bowled there. Clever Mutiman. And the spinners are being very expensive these days. And in this particular tournament, the ball is not turning much because the ball is coming very nice onto the bat. Tries to go for a cut shot, finding point fielder Eric Neal, who does the fielding. Spinners going for plenty. It's just a matter of consistency. If something is working for you, you better maintain, because the batters are trying so hard to get some runs on board.
Yeah, you're right. The spinners are being too expensive in this tournament, but they are the ones to take more wickets. If you can see the top 3 leading wicket taker are spinners. Arms are going down the wicket, and sensitive cricket by Hamza Khan.
Goes down on one knee and goes long enough. Timing sprint from Hamza Khan. Hamza cruising now into the 40s. How well Hamza is going this time round. 43 of just 19 deliveries. And Clever goes for another maximum. 53 for 1 after 4 overs.
The man Hamza Khan is on fire at the moment. He's making no mistake. They've given him a chance, and he's making it of use at this moment, and definitely shows no sign of making any other mistake, because this time around he's more calculative than. And this time, the change of side from Bora Patrick Iradukunda, bowling to his teammates in under 19, Quizer Fabrice. Nicely bowled there from Patrick Iradukunda. And what was back to what you were saying about Quizera being playing T20 and he's being prepared for the 50 over tournament. I think it's a good opportunity for him to come and face most of the experienced bowlers and run from the batters and the senior players. Like this time around, he's playing with Hamza Khan, the man with an experience, a national team player, and the man who also plays really well. And he's also a batter. And to be given a chance to be here in this, it's a pleasure to be here and it means a lot for the young man like Fabrice Quizera.
An inside edge, and Oscar stops that one. And very well said, Eme, because not only Quizera Fabrice, but again, even Patrick Iratukunda, with the likes of Onesme Quizera in the tournament as well. Samuel Ndaishime again in the same tournament. It's always hit hard and hit over the infield for a boundary. Quizera Fabrice making his presence felt. And as he registers his second boundary. And again, beautiful looking shot, making use of the power play into the 5th over now. Because playing a T20 will give you the confidence going into the 50 over format. But again, what works perfectly and what you need to work on big time is always upstairs, the mindset. What are the thoughts? What are you thinking going into a 50 over format? because 50 overs requires, 50 overs asks you to be patient enough to play your shots, be patient enough to just wait for the bad ball, wait for the bowler to target. And again, coming into the T20, it's just a mindset shift that keeps you going. And them going into that particular tournament, I'm seeing them, expressing themselves and showing the cricketing world what they can offer. And Iradukunda Patrick making his way back now into the bowling attack, conceding only 5 runs in this particular over, with one more delivery to come. Went for plenty in the first over, went for 23. Hamza Khan now stuck on 43, but again, it's the balls, the dot balls that has been going on the other end. Kwizera Fabrice, facing a lot of them, have hit only 2 boundaries. The the other 6 balls were dot balls. 58 for 1 after 5.
The bowler coming in to bowl the last over of the power play is none other than Lukundo Jean-Pierre. Placed into the cover, but straight to the fielder. As a bowler, the one thing that keeps you up and gives you a confidence is when you bowl a dot ball on the first ball of the over. Plays it straight, but finds the fielder in the cover.
Rukundo Jean-Pierre deceiving Hamza Khan with his slower ball, pace of delivery. And Hamza Khan had to just survive on that one. Hamza Khan has changed his approach for the game. And you could see him hitting that cricket ball cleanly, like just now. Hits that one hard, goes for a pull, finds the gap and finds the boundary. Another one on Hamza Khan's name. Cruising now in 47 now on his name, of just 22 deliveries in the vacant area, just for a boundary. Rukundo Jean-Pierre not being able to maintain his lines and lengths, and Hamza Khan takes advantage. 4th delivery coming in, pitched short, pace off delivery. Hamza Khan was looking at dispatching that one into the stands, but gets nothing. Another dot ball. Looks to be a decent over, only 4 runs conceded. But again, when Hamza Khan is on strike, you've got to just keep the momentum going until the over is complete.
That man on strike plays it straight to the man, and it's a well.
And the projected score reads at 213. And Ngabo Titans again looking at their batters expressing themselves to the maximum. Beautifully done. An outside edge, a healthy one, but settles for just a single. And to complete the power play, the score reads 62-1.
A single to finish the power play, and the score is 63-1 in 6 overs. And the projected score is 210, and which seems to be achievable by the team like Ingabo Titans, the team that holds the highest score in this tournament, highest team score in this tournament of 197. And comes back into the attack is Iradukunda Patrick from Airport End. Played straight for a single. Goes hard, but swing and miss. Couldn't connect that one.
Dukunda Patrick bowling his third over, having conceded just 1 run in this particular over. And I'm sure he will be loving to bowl to Kwizera Fabrice, because again, Fabrice is not offering a lot in terms of boundary hitting, chewing balls right now. But again, the scoreboard looks very okay. 64-1 in 6.3. It's just a matter of just playing around you, maneuvering the field whichever way you please. Just get those singles and get off strike. And let's see Hamza Khan, what he offers, because he's 1 run shying away from his first, half century. And Kwizera Fabrice trying to hit that one off the pads. The ball just slashed the pads and goes all the way for a boundary. Oscar can only do so much. And again, using the pace, I might say. And another boundary, this time round, not from the blade, but extras. Patrick running in, trying to hit that one straight, but not, the connection wasn't quite enough. Another dot ball, 3 in the over, with 1 more delivery to come. Patrick had made his way back. Imagine now, after conceding 23 in his very first over, and now 6 more runs conceded in his next 2 overs. And he has done very, very well going forward. That's up in the air, but the ball will land safely, finding Jean-Pierre Lukundo in the deep, who does the fielding. They will settle for just a single, and Kwizera Fabrice will keep the strike.
Good over from Iradukunda Patrick. His last 2 overs are from he shows that he's come back into the game from being expensive in his first over, 23, and now is 30 in 3 overs. Very good comeback from Patrick Iradukunda.
Now 69-1 after 7. Jean-Pierre Lukundo will be coming in to bowl his second. And again, a bowling over number 8. Long off, long on in place. Deep extra. No, pardon. Deep square leg in place as well. Third man. Hits down the ground straight into the covers to find Emmanuel Manishimwe. Kwizera Fabrice not looking very aggressive. I mean, looking very aggressive, but again, in a way that is not giving runs to the team.
And I'm now wondering what Rukunda is thinking, bowling to his neighbor, the young man he watched him growing up.
And that's one of the best things that can happen, seeing the people that you saw grow, and now they've found you in the game. Now you're playing with them, and again, that gives the motivation to those young players who are coming through the system, playing with the senior players. You can imagine what is going through Kwizera Fabrice's head, batting with Hamza Khan, striking the ball like that. And Hamza Khan gets to his half century. And Hamza Khan will raise his bat to the crowd, especially to the dugout, who applauds for him. 50 on his name of just 27 deliveries. That is Hamza Khan scoring a 50 in inside 8 overs. The team has 71 so far. Trying to access the covers region, trying to pass through the gap, but gets nothing. Patrick Iradukunda alongside Emmanuel Manishimwe doing the fielding, doing the job into the covers region. Kwizera Fabrice now still on 10 after facing 16 deliveries, of which I feel it is a lot. Wide delivery, not so many wides we've seen so far. Very disciplined bowling department. Imanzi Guardians. Current run rate reading 9.3. They had started with, they've started on a high with a run rate of 13 runs and over, 13 and going above. But this time round, Rukundo Jean-Pierre and Radukunda Patrick have decided to lower the run rate, allow the appeal. The umpire, Nicole, nods her head, not interested at all. And that was a pace of delivery, trying to deceive Kwizera Fabrice to see if he can sneak in just a breakthrough. One more delivery to complete over number 8 is Rukundo Jean-Pierre, now closing off the over. Too short, hit hard, but again, Rukundo Jean-Pierre does the fielding from his own bowling. Hamza Khan says, don't try to run, not interested at all, wants to keep the strike after seeing Kwizera Fabrice having faced 18, scored only 10 runs, 27 dots, 8 singles, 1 twos, with 5 boundaries and 6 maximums. And those maximums, 5 from Hamza Khan, and Eric Dusingisman had hit one before he departed. 72 for 1 after 8.
A good over from Rukundo Jean-Pierre, 3 runs over. And comes back into the attack is Patrick Iladukunda from Airport End. Now is against Hamza Khan. Was the first over, the previous over he was bowling against Fabrice Quizera. And this time round he's bowling against Hamza. A good ball from Patrick Iladukunda, and he has been bowling the same line to Fabrice Quizela, the young man who was struggling to get off strike. But how many more can we expect to the man who has completed his highest score in this tournament? Placed it nicely in between the point and gully region and one land. If got one land and comes into the strike is Quizera Fabrice. He has been struggling to get off strike, but let's see. Now he'll be facing the young man, the teammates from under 19. Let's see how far he can go at this time. Struck hard through the cover and finds the fielder deep extra cover and 2 runs. Dropped it down, a run out chance, but it wasn't taken at this time. Quizera Fabrice managed to get off strike.
It has been long that Patrick conceding a boundary. A chance and falling short just in front of Eme Mucho, who does the fielding, restricts them to just a single. Patrick with the last ball to complete his spell of 4 overs, wicketless so far. Not sure what the last delivery can bring on the table. 35 is what he conceded. Quizera Fabrice right there on strike. Beautifully done. Pace off delivery to complete his spell with a dot ball. 35 runs conceded, wicketless, is Iradukunda Patrick. And 77 for 1 after 9 overs. The partnership, 37 off 16, Henry Singizimana and Hamza Khan. And this one of Quizera Fabrice and Hamza Khan, 40 off 38. Quizera contributing 13, Hamza Khan 21. They're going well so far in their very first game of the tournament. So Hamza Khan and Eric Dusingizimana putting up a partnership of 100 runs in just 9 overs. And that is when they finished on 197. Again, we saw a bowling department making their comeback. They came back properly, now giving away only 97 runs in 11 overs with that powerhouse of Ingabo Titans, with the likes of Martin Akaezu, Emile Luchiriza, Joshua, as well as Inyamibwa Rukundo Patrick. Clever makes his way back After conceding 12 runs, those two boundaries that Hamza Khan managed to get off his first over. Starting off with a wide delivery. To full on the offside. And Hamza Khan trying to just guide that one into the third man region. Misses it, and those will be byes.
The one thing that I've noticed to this young man who is bowling right now from the beginning of this tournament is the first 2 overs that he bowls, he's bowling the quicker deliveries that makes easier for the batsman to take them out of the ground and played it with less effort. And he mostly get his wickets in his last 2 overs where he's bowling too slow, where you have seen that the pace is not working. Goes big again and goes for a 6. The first 6 for Quizera Fabrice.
Look at that. Gave the ball enough elevation. And not Quizera, but Huzuzo, Cedric watches that sail over his head for a 6. Driven down the ground, just a single. Quizera registering his first maximum in the tournament. Not sure if he has hit more before. Oh, good lord. A chance, but not taken. Hamza Khan this time round says we can go now. That time it was Hamza Khan was like, I can't get there right on time. Beautifully done, and clever Mutimana concedes only eight runs. And halfway the innings, the score reads 87 for 1. As the umpires calls for a hydration break, and we'll be back shortly.
kirimo abantu babiri bakora ibintu bimeze kimwe. Nyine uko umuntu agenda wenda abikora kenshi, hari ibintu bigenda bikajya biza natural utazi n'ukuntu byaje ubisanga.
Now back from that drinks break, 87 for 1 after 10 overs. And now in the next 10 overs, this is where lots of things will change. And here everything will change, but Hamza Khan will be the man, to rely on going forward. Mugisha is at a breeze, introduced into the attack, starting off with a wide delivery. Again, another under 19 candidate. This is turning out to be a very good exposure to these young men who are ready to represent Rwanda. Hamza Khan edges that one. Oh my goodness. That is racing all the way and gets over the rope. Hamza Khan was looking for that particular shot from the start when Clever Mutimana was bowling. Clever trying to put pace on the ball, and Hamza Khan wanted this particular shot, just tap and get a boundary. And for sure, he gets the last laugh. Hits hard. Timing supreme is Hamza Khan. And I'm worrying about the camera crew up there. And Hamza Khan gets a maximum. And that was a big heave, a big hit. And goes a long way out of the pack, out of Gahanga. Beautifully done. As now Hamza gets into the 60s, cruising, strike rate closer and closer to 200. And the momentum he got from that second over and the third over of Clever Mutuimana. Pardon, it was Patrick Iradukunda who was taken to the cleaners by Hamza Khan. And Hamza Khan, again, taking advantage on the young men, the young boys in the block. But again, this is where you get the experience from. It doesn't come just like that. Driven powerfully, trying to go for two, but you can't beat Daniel's golden hand. They will settle for just a single.
Great work there from Danny Gumsenge from the deep. And now this time Mugisha Brice against Kwizera Fabrice.
Imanzi Guardians being the only team with so many under 19 players. And again, still it will come back to that exposure, playing with the likes of Oscar Manishimwe, the likes of Eric Nyomugaba. They've got the experience. And again, goes hard, finding Eme in the dip, and Eme will take that catch comfortably. And Kwizera Fabrice will have to depart, and Eme takes the catch in the dip. Mugisha Bruce breaks the partnership that has been going. Not a bad idea, but again, the power behind the shot wasn't that enough to clear the boundary. As he walks back into the dugout, and the man on your screen's walking in, Orkidetu Isenge. Again, he hasn't yet produced his best innings. And looking forward to them, two of them going, keeps things going for Ingabo Titans in terms of runs on board. And now cruising into the three figures, 99 for 2 after 10.4 overs. And Orchide takes no time to get off the mark because he had started with a huge maximum. And that goes a long way. Look at that big heave. And with those long levers of his, hits that one out of Gahanga as well. Maximum to get off the mark. And 105 for 2. What a way to get into the three figures with a maximum. Mugisha Izere Bruce, having picked up a wicket in the over, but again had gone for plenty. 18 and counting. And this time round, they will settle for just a single. And 106 for 2 after 11. And Orchide to keep the strike.
Mugisha Brice bowling the second expensive over from Imanzi Guardians. The first one was Patrick Iradukunda for 23, and the second one now is Mugisha Brice for 19 of 1. And Clever backs into the attack. Now it's Craver against Okide Tuiseng, the man who started with the boundary on the first ball that he faced in this game. Struck hard and goes for boundary. He started the boundary on the first ball he played, and another boundary on the first ball he faced from the Cravers over. And the second boundary to his name. Struck hard into the cover and finds the fielder ready.
Timana Clever yet to vary the pace, because here you've got to be able, still trying to bowl it quick. But to me, I still think trying to vary the pace, just pace of deliveries at some point, then see how it goes. Look at that. Hit hard down the ground, straight as an arrow, and beautifully done, but the effort went in vain because Eme, instead of getting that inside the field, inside the rope, that ball goes over the rope for another boundary in the same over. Again, the ball is coming nicely onto the bat, and still you want to keep bowling it quick. Pace off at some point, then see how it goes. Too short, again, too straight to just get a single from that.
This time around, the pitch doesn't show any support for the turn. You have to be clever enough to bowl a slow delivery. And this time, Craver is bowling too quick. Swing and miss. But the ball was too quick, even Edge couldn't be stopped.
And again, Oscar Manishimwe there didn't know what happened, because that was going to be a tight call from the umpire. 115 for 2 after 12 overs. If Oscar would have taken that and tried to stamp Hamza, because Hamza was nowhere in the crease. But Oscar, after collecting that, yes, the over was complete, but you've got to be aware of all possible opportunities available.
I think at this time, Oscar was even surprised to find the ball in his hands.
Because Hamza Khan the pace is on, and he will want to just go hard about it. I mean, go hard on that particular delivery. Clever, not allowing himself to try something new. Pace off. Eric Neo comes into the attack. Rikidetu Isenye. Oh my goodness. Rukundo in the dip. Very, very sloppy. And look at Eric Neo. Not a good start. And you know him very well. He will not be happy for that, because Rukundo gives away a bound just through his legs. And Orchide cruises now into the 20s after facing only 8 deliveries. Goes up and in the air, up in the skies. Daniel underneath, and Daniel will not hesitate, because he takes that one comfortably. A beautiful looking catch. Hard to run quickly, get there early, and settles and catches that one. He is very good at that, because he takes those kind of catches all day long at any given time. Eric Neo strikes on his very second delivery, and 119 for 3 after 12.2 overs.
A very good running catch from Daniel Gumsenge, and excellent call, because there were 2 fielders running towards that catch, but they've made a good call and managed to take that one. And Mr. Adele, you have seen that the only way to be bowling here at this pitch, if you are bowling spin, is to take the pace off and make sure the line is light.
And for sure, that's the way to go, because Eric Neo understands the assignment properly. That was pace off delivery. And Okide was looking at ball coming onto the bat. And David Wimana joins Hamza Khan. And this team, they say one wicket brings another. Goes hard, high, and long enough. And what a way to get off the mark by David Wimana. Just like that. Just like what Orchide did on that very fast delivery. And David Wimana hits through the line. The elevation is massive, and into the boundary for a maximum.
And batsman from Ingabo Titans seem to be hungry for the runs. They are trying to go big for the first delivery. The first time was done by Okide Tuiseny, and the second time it is done by David Uwimana. This time around, he balls too short, but unfortunately, David couldn't connect that one.
Just like I was saying, that one wicket brings another. But again, looking at the batting lineup of Ingabo Titans, and imagine one wicket is done, David comes in, starts on a high like that, and again, they still have so many batters out there. Emile Rukiriza, Martin Akayezu, Joshua still out there waiting for his turn. And Eric Neal does the fielding from his own bowling. Beautifully done. Gave away just 11 runs, picked up one big wicket of Orchide. Should have been 7 runs if it wasn't that misfield from Rukundo Jean-Pierre in the deep that went for a boundary. 13 overs done, 126 for 3.
I don't think this time the one wicket is bringing another. To me, the one wicket is brings another disaster for the team Imanzi Guardians.
And very well said there, because that's the whole truth about it. Because if you look at what David can offer, Emile, Martin, Joshua, Nyamibga Rukundo Patrick, and the rest of the guys, and for sure this team. And at some point, I wonder why they haven't yet scored a 200. But that's where they're heading to. David goes hard, swings hard, and misses. He's just waiting for that particular delivery in the slot. Hits that one, finds Daniel Yumusenge in the deep, who does the fielding properly, the throw in. And Clever Mutiman again bowling his last over of his spell. 9 is the current run rate. Hamza Khan swings hard. The keeper appeals, but finds nothing. Hamza Khan trying to cruise, but the bowlers have been very tight. Up in the air, the bowler himself underneath, not the keeper. And the keeper puts that one down. Hamza gets another life. Oh my goodness. The idea of the keeper wasn't bad at all, because he made sure that he sprinted trying to grab that one, and I'm very sure it was there for the taking. Give it a dive, goes in vain, puts that one down. Hamza for the second time being dropped.
If you can see from this over, the pace of deliveries are making difference.
And for sure, Clever would have done that way earlier. He would have gotten some wickets. But now, pace on, there is no chance. It's very hard, because the batters are waiting for that. Pace off, and look at that particular delivery. Very good ball. And David is looking forward to go just through the line. But again, you bowl it a bit slower. The ball will give, you'll give a chance to the ball to spin. Down the ground, Daniel in the deep, and they will settle for just a single. And 14 overs done. The score reads 130 for 3. The skyscrapers, as you see, the second over went for plenty, 23. The third over is when the first wicket fell. 19 runs. The 11th over again was among the biggest with the wicket. 13th over, that went for 11. And they've tried to keep the run rate closer to 10. They've never been below 9. David goes high. Daniel in the dip, and Daniel takes the catch. Beautiful, beautiful looking catch and beautiful running catch. Daniel looking to be very tight in the field of play, patrolling the boundaries properly. Anything that goes up in the air finds Daniel. Look at that, trying to access the cow corner region. Daniel runs quickly, gets there early, and the safest hands in the field, Daniel Gumyusenge, takes the catch. 130 for 4 after 14.1 overs.
Excellent catch from Daniel Gumyusenge and sends the message to the batsman: if you were to pick the side to hit the ball in here, pick the other side because I've got the safest hands in this field.
And with that dive, Oscar Manishimwe will be looked after by the physio. 42 dots, 21 singles, and again 10 maximums is what Ingabo Titans had managed to get, and 8 boundaries in total. Again, a number of 18 boundaries, and for sure in a T20 format, you've got to be able to hit boundaries. It is a game of boundaries, but again, you've got to not rely on boundaries more often, because when it comes to the rotation of strike, you've got to be very handy and very ready for that. Because when you're not getting boundaries at ease, you've got to adjust. And how do you adjust? Just run, turn ones into twos to give yourself a chance. And Oscar not looking to be okay at this particular stage of the game. Ingabo Titans on top with 6 points. Mena Centurions on 4. Indians Defenders on 4. Manzi Guardians on 2 after that win against Imena Centurions yesterday morning. That is the table standings at the moment as we wait for how today ends. And I think this morning's game in our Titans, on your screens, that is the afternoon's games. Imanzi Guardians will be up against Imena Centurions. Indians Defenders up against Ingabo Titans. And according to how today ends, Ingabo Titans might finish today with the finalist on Monday. That will be the last day of the Elite League. Oscar being taken off the pitch. Think it was that dive. And he had done so well as the captain. Now Eme Mushotusenge now takes the gloves and he will be right there behind the stumps, trying to restrict Ingabo Titans batters not to get more and more runs, because they will be eyeing at 200 mark, because it is very possible. Into the 15th over, 130 for 4.
Back to what you said earlier, the Ingabo Titans team is relying on the boundaries. If they could have taken the singles and doubles, this score could have been around 150.
And Emile Rukiriza takes the strike. The long levers of his, he will not hesitate to go after Eric Neomugaba. Again, he will have to be smart about that.
The funny thing in this game of cricket, when a bowler takes a wicket on the first ball of the over, expects the rest of the ball to be the same, which is totally different. Nicely placed by Emile Kiliza, just for a single.
And let's see how Eric Neo decides to go about the remaining 4 deliveries. Hamza Khan, the inform Hamza Khan on strike. Loose ball, and it is being treated. And it is being treated perfectly by Hamza Khan. That is what you would expect from a ball like that. Hamza Khan claiming to be a no ball, but looks to be very fair. But it is clobbered out of Gahanga for a maximum.
To be honest, this is the biggest of the day. The biggest 6 so far from Hamza Khan. Now he's 70. Goes again hard and finds the gap. Goes for the boundary.
And very rare to see an off spinner bowling without a cow corner. Oh, the cow corner was there, but the placement of Hamza Khan, he made sure no one is in that particular region. The cow corner was way closer to long on. The cow corner was in the wrong position. Hamza Khan, beautifully done. Not trying to take risks at this particular stage of the game. Eric Neal, he is taken to the cleaners, 2 boundaries in the over. 11 so far with 1 more delivery. And will take a single from that, Hamza Khan, to keep the strike. 142 for 4 after 15 overs. In the next 30 balls, what should we expect?
For the team like Ingabo Titans, we expect the score to be, if the things went well, we expect to score more than 60 runs, because they have got the power hitters, Emir Kiriza and Martin Akayezu, Joshua. They're all capable of hitting balls far, very far, and they've got that skills and power behind. And Yeah, that's what you can expect so far.
Yeah, very, very good observation. Looking at the long batting lineup of Ngabo Titans, but again with that opportunity of having Hamza Khan still in, yet unbeaten, that will give them a chance to keep things going. Because now he's getting boundaries, he's rotating the strike, which is very, very good. And Emile Ruchiriza as well is in there, and we know the damage he can cause if he is given an opportunity. 189 is what the projected score is reading, but if they still go at least 12 runs and over, they'll go way, way more than that.
To show you how strong this team is, and how powerful their batsmen are. Most of their boundaries have been hit through the biggest end of this field. Placed into the gully and just for a single. And Hamza Khan seemed to be playing a sensitive cricket, a risk-free shots.
Field changes. Square leg being brought back in. Hit hard, catches the call, and catch is taken. Beautifully done. Oh my goodness. We will have to take a look at that because to me, in my own opinion, it looked to be a clean catch. It looked to be very clean. We'll have to take a look at that because Cedric was very, very present. He was very aware of where he is standing. He was very aware of the boundary ropes. And there is no harm in looking at that again. It was hit properly. And let's see. Oh my goodness. And for sure, it is a boundary. It is a boundary. For as long as you can take that. Again, he showed a bit of effort knowing where he is standing. But again, he should have been honest and indicated that to the umpire because you already know that you've stepped on the rope. Boundary to start things off, Emile Rukiriza. And that's the beauty now of having these games being live streamed, being on camera. And again, kudos to the camera crew who are doing a marvelous job to make sure that wherever you are, you can watch a cricket match live in Kigali. Rukundo Confiance comes back again. Emile on strike. Hit and hit with power. Timing supreme is Emile. And 150 comes up for Ingabo Titans. You can never bowl short to Emile Rukiriza. Long levers of his. It's just a matter of straightening those arms and swings hard through the line for a maximum 2 in the over. 13 runs so far in just 4 deliveries.
Excellent swing of the bat from Emile Rukiriza. This time round.
Emile Rukiriza still on strike. Emile Rikiriza, he's one of those batters. He will be able to hit seam and spin at the same time. Too short, and it is hit hard up in the air. A chance of a catch. Ibrahim Chimimana not being able to keep going for the catch. It was there for the taking, and at some point, those are the catches that changes the game. We normally call them a match-winning catches. You could see the dugout of the Ingabo Titans looking very calm, very relaxed. They know the guys in there are ready and up for the task. Hamza Khan, 76 of 44 with 7 maximum 5 boundaries. And Kwizera Fabrice, 20 of 26. Orchide with a bit of a cameo, 20 of just 9 deliveries. Rikiza Emile powering now the batting department. Now 15 of just 6 deliveries, striking it at over 200. And the bowlers this time round, the bowlers have been put on the sword by the batters. Eric Neo comes back into the attack, advances down the ground through the gap, and finds a boundary. Hamza Khan cruising into the 80s now. Beautiful looking shot, not overhitting that particular ball. Advances down the ground, meeting the ball halfway, and it goes for another boundary in Hamza's name. Hamza taking the matters into his own hands, and he will get a single from that. He will take that any day, because he is there, he is set. He knows that he has an opportunity to get into the 3 figures to score a century. Haven't seen any so far, but Hamza Khan is cruising. So many overs to come. Beautifully bowled and cleans him over is Eric Neomugawa. That looked to be banged short. Not sure how now that came back. The height, I should have been pace off maybe. That's why Eric Neo had to get the last laugh. Look at that. Stayed a bit low and straight into the stumps. The Timbers were scattered. Another wicket, and Eric Neo gets his 3rd.
Excellent bowling from Eric Neo, and pace off and straight delivery.
Shot number 7. The big hitter, Martin Akayezu, gets in, joining Hamza Khan, who is on 81. And Hamza Khan playing his role perfectly, making sure that he stays and plays around every batter. Martin Akayezu will be on strike. Eric Neo, 3 more deliveries to come. Eric Neo showing his seniority. And now changing the side, coming from around the wicket. And beautifully done. Eric Neo does beautifully, fields from his own bowling to not allow Martin to get off the mark and off strike. And a last delivery coming. Martin on strike. Martin goes hard and goes long enough. Big heave, and that is a maximum. Beautifully done. I was looking at Martin getting off the mark, but the how part was the most important thing, and Martin proves him to be present and gets off the mark with a boundary. But again, a maximum 6 runs adding to the total, 168 for 5 after 17 overs. The boundaries, Elua Ineza Bimbazi, 15 boundaries on his name, followed by Eric with 15. And on the other side, Zapi, 8 maximums on his name. Orchide with 8 as well. Emile on 7 of them. So good to see one of the under 19s name in the list of boundaries. Chuzo Cedric.
Now this time Hamza Khan a few runs away to have the title of the highest individual score in this tournament, and a few runs to score a century will be the first one in this tournament.
Rukundo Jean-Pierre comes back into the attack. Beautifully done. A pace off delivery. And dot ball it will be. Hamza Khan will be now very, very handy going forward. He is the set batter. He should now look forward to bat through. But again, runs on board is more important. But you should be able to adjust. How are you getting those runs and where? Hits hard. And for sure, Hamza Khan still claims to be in there and in there for good because he goes for another maximum. Beautifully done. He uses his feet, looks back into the crease, and waits for that particular delivery and dispatches that one with power and precision, just as straight as an arrow into the stands for a maximum. Hits hard, finds Daniel in the deep, who does the fielding. Hamza Khan now scores the highest individual score in the tournament so far, 88 of 49 deliveries. And the score moves to 175 for 5. The current run rate is at 10, exactly 10. The projected score reading 200. And I don't see any reason why they can't go cross 200. And for sure they can, because Hamza Khan, together with Martin Akaezu, the two of them can do a lot in terms of runs on board. Martin, a healthy outside edge, finding Patrick Iratukunda in the deep. It was actually a top edge, finding third man fielder Patrick, and they will settle for just a single.
Comes back on strike, Hamza Khan, only 12 runs away from the century.
Up in the air, this is a chance, and this time round, Emmanuel Manishimwe doesn't hesitate, takes the catch. and Hamza Khan will have to depart. Beautifully done. Banged shot. Hamza Khan was looking to go hard like previously on the second delivery that went for a maximum. Hamza Khan was looking out for more and perishes at this particular stage of the game. 176 for 6 in 18 overs. 2 more overs to come. That is 12 balls. Shot number 2, Hamza Khan making his way back into the dugout. The dugout applauding for what he had done. He had set the tone for the team to be where they are with a healthy strike rate of 176 with 8 maximums, 6 boundaries on his name. The incoming batter, Joshua Kamana Nyonguru, joins Martin.
A good bowling there from Rukundo Jean-Pierre and excellent wicket to end the over. Especially in this situation where the batting team is on fire.
Rukundo Confiance starting off with wide delivery. And this is where now bowlers need to get tested. Bowlers will have to make sure that they nail those yorkers. They vary the pace. Those slow balls should come in very handy. And Confiance can really do that. Those yorkers and Martin Akaezu. Martin Akaezu was waiting for the umpire to just indicate wides, but not really. Confiance gets a dot ball. And to Martin Akaezu, the story is you miss, you fetch, is the statement.
And Martin Akai is there claiming for a wide. The umpire shows no interest because that's the work of the umpire. Let the umpire decide.
And same ball, same results. Another dot ball. Confiance proving to be that man to bowl the 19th over. It is a big over. And to Martin Akaezu, who'll be looking forward to go for plenty. But how? Looks back in and swings and misses. Gets back into the crease, trying to take Rukundo Confiance on 3 dot balls in a row. What are you going to do, Martin? It is either you get a boundary, get a single, let Kamana Joshua come in and give a helping hand. Up in the air, there is an opportunity. And an opportunity is grabbed. Radukunda Patrick takes the catch, and Rukundo Confiance gets the last laugh. Look at that. Right back over length. Martin stands, delivers, but goes up in the air. And Patrick takes the catch. 177 for 7 in 18.4 overs. Another one bites the dust for Ingabo Titans. And to bring in shot number 3, Ivan Bimeimana Vincent Depot. Strike rate of 77. Very rare to see that on Martin's name. But that's the game we love. That's the beauty of the game. The game of cricket humbles you big time. But this time round, 4 dot balls, including a wicket. Martin was batting. Up in the air, they should be taken. And that will be taken comfortably. 2 in 2 for Rukundo Confiance as Ingabo Titans lose another. 8 wickets down, 177 is the score. 18.5 overs. With 7 more deliveries to come. Trying to access the offside region. Finding Izere. Mugisha Bruce ready.
Excellent bowling from Rukundo Confiance, who shows the consistency in his line and length. And excellent catch from Brice Mugisha in the cover.
Rindiro Romeo Blaze coming in now to join Joshua Kamana. Both of them newly incoming batters, yet to face a delivery, both of them. And Rindiro Romeo Blaze, what can you do? What an over this is turning out to be. Hat-trick ball. Swings and misses. And what an over this is. Just 1 run, and that 1 run didn't get off the blade. It was a wide delivery. And beautifully done by Confiance. What a way to end the 19th over. Last 6 balls, last 6 Lego deliveries. Where will Ingabo Titans finish at? 177 for 8.
Excellent bowling from Rukundo Confiance. What a way to end the spell with just 2 wickets and 1 run. And not from the bat as well, but an extra. This could have been a maiden 2 wickets.
Jean-Pierre Rukundo to bowl the last over. And the highest now, 197. Ingabo Titans versus Imena Centurions. And nobody is yet there to beat that. Into the last 6 deliveries. Joshua Nyanguru on strike. Swings and misses, but the umpire says that is a wide. Cruising into the 180s. And very handy. Very handy, and not sure now how Imanzi Guardians will be tackling that, the chase itself. They should be ready in terms of runs on board. Joshua goes for a pull, trying to go for the second, and not successful because Rindi Romeo Blaze is back into the dugout. The second run I don't think it was there unless the fielder would have at least fumbled, but not really. Very well done, well executed. The throw back in was pure and very good decision there from Gihozo Ange Nicole, the umpire, at the bowler's end. 178 for 9. Last wicket coming in, walking in, shot number 4, Chancelier Nzabarinda.
That was only single because the ball was hit straight to the fielder in the dip and wasn't quick, and it was played straight to the fielder. It was only single, and the second making the double was Liski. Joshua trying to go close but couldn't connect the ball.
Nyenguru Kamana Joshua not getting anything whatsoever. Too short and very well executed is Rukuno Jean-Pierre. He will be able to vary the pace, and that is what he does best, big time. Very good slow balls that you can't pick just like that, and of which I'm sure he is going to try and bowl one. Let's wait and see. Pace on this time round, and Daniel Gumyusenge takes the whole time in the world, gets the target, locks in, throws, and the stamps. What down, Daniel Gumyusenge executing that run out beautifully. He was in doubt if he is throwing to the bowlers into the bowler's hands, the keeper's end. Not really. The bowler was nowhere closer to the stumps, and he made sure that he hits the stumps. And that will be it for Ingabo Titans. They finish at 179 all out in 19.4 overs. And Chancelier had taken off way earlier. And that will be it for the first innings, as Imanzi Guardians will be back shortly for the run chase. Ngao Titans have done so well from the start, but again, right at the back end, runs were drying out big time. They didn't get so many runs as they would loved to. Hamza Khan powered the innings with 88 of 50, 8 maximums, 6 boundaries on his name, 1 maximum, and dismissed was Eric Dusingizimana. Kizera Fabrice 20 of 26, Orkide 20 of just 9 deliveries, 15 of 7 is Emile Rukiriza, and the rest 7-1 and 3 zeros didn't get enough and didn't contribute enough. The partnership, the biggest was Hamza Khan and Kwizera Fabrice of 62 of 48. 37 of 16 was Eridu Singizimana and Hamza Khan. 32 of 14, Hamza Khan and Emile. And the beauty of it was Hamza Khan had to play around every batter until when he was dismissed. The bowling scorecard, Confiance Rukundo and Eric Nyamugaba, 3 wickets apiece. Eric Neo had gone for plenty with an economy of 11. Mugisha Bruce bowling that one over, went for 19, and that was it for the day for him. Rukundo, Jean-Pierre, Bruce, 1 wicket apiece. Patrick and Clever wicketless. And that was it. 13 extras were bowled. Not bad from the bowling department. And now it will be up for Imanzi Guardians to get back for the chase, as they will be needing 180 to win from their whole allotted 20 overs. We'll catch you live shortly for the run chase.
Now comes back into the chess. The score was 179, and Imanzi Guardian needs 180 runs in 20 overs. And the umpires and the fielders out in the middle ready to start the chess.
Martin Akaez to bowl the first delivery. And Cedric Chizuzo, the opening batter for Imanzi Guardians. Emmanuel Manishimwe again alongside him to see if they can get the 180 runs needed from 119 balls. The required run rate is at 9, and not a big ask, but it will depend on how they start. The first 6 overs will give them a hint on how to go about it. Martin Akaezo still asking questions to the stumps. He's looking very, very composed. Starting off right in style. Dot balls earlier on. And dot balls earlier on puts pressure on the batters as they start now trying to get runs. Beautifully done, beautifully played, clipped off the pads. The race is on. The chase is on. Orkidetu Senge does the fielding and allows the batters to go for just a couple. And Cedric Chuzuzo gets off the mark as he opens his runs account as well as Imanzi Guardian's runs account. 2 runs on board. Cedric Chuzuzo had been very, very impressive and still keeps that route and gets a boundary. Beautiful looking delivery. But Chuzuzo was just ready for anything that comes his way and edges that one, and that races all the way to the boundary. An inside edge. The bounce was too high for the keeper to take that, and a boundary it will be. And the score moves to 6. 2 more deliveries, 2 more legal deliveries to come. Martin Akaezu. And a wide ball it will be. And extras here will be very handy. You've got to be disciplined by all means as a bowling department. Having bowled 13 extras in the first innings, Manzi Guardians. And again, on their very first encounter, more and more extras. On their very first encounter of the tournament, Ingabo Titans was up against Jimena Centurions. And in that game, in that particular game, a total of 47 extras were bowled, with Jimena Centurions being the culprit with 30 of them. And should be able to be very disciplined by all means. Such a lovely, lovely comeback. Cedric looks unhappy. An under 19 again candidate coming in to bat this time round. Martin to bowl the last delivery. An appeal. The umpires looking at each other and gets nothing. Is Martin Akaezu. And end of over number 1, the score reads 8-0. Cedric and Emmanuel Manishimwe up for the task.
Brings us to the end of the first over, 8 runs for no loss. 1 run away from required run let. The coming in into the attack from airport end is the man Chancelier Nzabarinda. Comes to bowl the second over for Team Ingabo Titans. And on strike is Emmanuel Manishimwe.
And Chancelier start off with a dot ball. Manuel Manishimwe trying to go down the wicket and meets the ball halfway. Chancelier being known at those in swinging deliveries. Can this be the right time now to display such deliveries? Emmanuel Manishimwe on strike. Tries to hit that one down the ground. The power behind it wasn't enough to pierce through the gap or to give the fielders a hard time, because Eric Dusingizmana puts his body on the line. Martin Akaez backs him up for another dot ball. Swings hard, but will settle for just a single. Emmanuel Manishimwe coming down the ground. He has been very aggressive again these days, and so good to see people having worked on their game, having improved their strike rate as well as power hitting abilities. Because I've been seeing Elwa in Imena Centurions playing very handy knocks. All the wins that they've got, Elwa had played a big part. Them trying to go for the chase. They've been loving to bowl fast, and the chase they were doing very well. Down the ground, goes for a big heave, misses. And those will be leg byes. Cedric Cuzuzo likes to hit that cricket ball. And again, as an opening batter for the Rwanda men under 19, will be expected to deliver with the bat in hand. He has immense power. He has the power to hit that cricket ball. And this is the time now to showcase what he can do. Beautifully hit, beautifully done. One bounce into the boundary. And that, the umpire says it is a maximum. Let's take a look at that. Oh, beautifully done for sure. And that was hit with power and precision right into the vacant area. Flat 6 from Emmanuel Manishimwe. Pace off delivery from Chancelier Nzabarinda. And 16 runs on board for no loss after 2 overs.
Comes back into the attack for the third over. Martin Akaez against Cedric, trying to play across, but this time round he didn't connect the ball. The ball just stays close to the pitch. And this opening pair has been doing a brilliant work for the team Imanzi Guardians in all the games they played, because they are the ones who have been scoring, and they have had one of the best partnership. I think they've got the highest in their team of around 80.
Having won their first game against Imena Centurions, white ball it will be. Martin Akaez not being able to control that. Manzi Guardians, having batted fast yesterday, scored 137 for 7 and managed to defend that. And Imena Centurions managed only 116 all out in 18.5 overs.
And Martin Akaez continues struggling ball against the left-handers, and even from their first game they played, he was bowling the wides against left-handers, which is the thing that he needs to work on, because it has been this is the second time I'm seeing this.
That's up in the air. That is a chance. Chancelier in the dip. Puts that one down. Chancelier, he was very, very absent in the deep at third man region. And this was a very easy pickings, easy takings in the deep there by Chancelier. And Martin Akaezu will not be happy for Chancelier for sure. Because as a bowler, you've got to need support from your fielders. They've got to support you by all means, and Chancelier doing otherwise. Oh my goodness, another one put down. Chancelier, that was going to race away to the boundary. Again, not being a boundary, but it was a chance that is put down. 2 in a row, and the culprit is the one and only Chancelier. Look at that. And this cricket ball, whichever way you go, the ball follows you big time. So you've got to be ready. You've got to be at your best.
this time around seems like the balls are hunting for Chancelier because he doesn't even have to move an inch towards the catch. The catchers are coming straight to him, but unable to hold on to that.
Manishimwe Emmanuel bounced short and quick this time round, and to end the over. 2 overs of Martin conceded only 7 runs, and after 3 overs, 19 for no loss. The table standings, Ngabo Titans standing on top with 6 points. And with them, if they go on and win this particular encounter, they'll give themselves a chance. Up in the air, this is racing away, and beautifully done. Well fielded by Fabrice Quizera. Fabrice does a beautiful job in the deep, running sideways to stop that, and Joshua Kamana gives a helping hand. Pace off delivery. That goes straight. Cedric Chuzuzo didn't know what really happened. And in most occasions, you've got to give yourself a chance, most especially in the power play. But again, you can't kill yourself because you didn't get a power play of 70, 60. Because whatever happens, whether you get a power play of 10 or 20, you've got to adjust later on. And the how part is always the hardest, but you've got to go up for the task. Cedric still on strike. Gets off is Cedric and Chancelier. Dead ball it will be.
Imanzi Guardian is 159.
Something that you will not love as a bowler, especially as a pace bowler. You are a pace bowler yourself, but when you goes high, goes hard, and finds this was going to be a double, an easy two, but the running in the middle is not that fast to allow them to go for the second. Ivan does the fielding in the deep.
I think there was fast, but Emmanuel just rejected the second run.
Manishimwe Emmanuel should be able to get those runs. Allowed appeal, not given. The umpire moves away. It's Chancelier who is trying so hard to get a breakthrough earlier on. Because now, at the moment, when you are not getting boundaries, what do? Do you reject runs? No, you don't. You've got to accept whatever comes your way. Chancelier, can he pull those swinging deliveries? Cedric opts to go hard, goes down on one knee, and misses the connection to allow him to try and score some runs. He's been there, he's been facing so many dot balls, 14 now, and had only scored 6 runs on his name. Not good enough. As you are chasing 180, you've got to give yourselves a chance earlier on in the power play. Hit hard with power, and immense power for sure, because this one goes hard and travels quickly for a maximum. Cedric registers his first of the day, goes across the line, but the timing was super for a boundary, but a maximum 23, not 23 for sure, but 29, and we are into the 5th over. 4 overs done. Those are the games, the matches that have been played on both grounds. 8 games so far. This game being the 9th. Ground B again, Imena Centurions taking on against the Defenders on the 10th game of the Rwanda Cricket Association Men's Liberation Cup. And it is the 2026 edition.
This time around, Cedric got a boundary on the last ball of the over, but into this situation, they will be trying to run more singles and doubles. If that boundary they got would have completed their doubles and also increase their runs as well. And comes into the attack is Emir Rukiriza from Pavilion. No, not Emir, but Ivan Bimenyimana from Pavilion End.
And Bimenyimana Ivan yesterday, he was very, very handy, especially in the last overs. He went for plenty, but came back later. Beautifully done. Pierces that through the gap. There is the chase. 2 fielders on the chase, trying to go for the third. And Cedric does that perfectly. Pushes Emmanuel to go for those 3 runs. Much needed. And Cedric very, very aware of who was on the chase.
I think at this time this is the over to attack, just to have a good power play.
The Mingman Ivan starting off with a dot ball. Again, getting into the attack. How is he going to be effective, Bimenyimana Ivan? Trying to go for a pull is Cedric. Gets nothing.
trying to go hard and find his fielder.
Seeing Cedric batting is always very, very good. And at times very funny looking at what he does when he's there.
A good bowling there from Ivan, and I've seen a change in batting style of Cedric. The, in the first day of this tournament, he was playing hard and straight, but this time around he's trying to go more across.
And again, seeing that there is no cow corner in place, he might be trying to access the region. Tries to hit that one hard, but lands safely. They will settle for just one run. And again, bearing in mind that they're still in the power play overs, trying to maximize on that, trying to get some boundaries, sneak in some boundaries, and see where they end up to after 6 overs. Last delivery. Hit hard through the gap and beautifully done, beautifully placed into the boundary. Is Emmanuel Manishimwe doing what he does best. Look at that beautiful looking shot over the infield. Couple of bounces into the boundary. 37 for no after 5 overs. Runs on board. It doesn't look bad for sure. 37 for no after 5 overs. And into the last over of the power play, a lot might change. A lot might change because the captain himself is bringing himself into the attack. Can he get a breakthrough in the last over of the power play? Can Cedric and Emmanuel Manishimwe do something about it in terms of runs on board? That's the question to ask, and we can only wait and find out. Emile and Cedric will be up for the task. No one at Cow Corner region, and for sure accesses the region immediately. That's what you should expect from a left-hander. Too short and too quick to be dispatched into the boundary. And Cedric takes the total to into the 40s now, with 5 more deliveries to come. Again, Emile still says, I don't need a cow corner. Having a deep square leg in place, there should be a single, and it is taken beautifully. Much fuller this time round, allowing Cedric to get off strike with a single. And Emmanuel Manishimwe will take the strike. Bowler's end, and that is it. And guess what? The finger is up. Emmanuel Manishimwe didn't see that coming for sure. Kwizera Fabrice picking up that, and no hesitation. taking a shy at the stumps. That went straight. Let's look at that. Beautiful pickup. And Emmanuel Manishimwe, the bat was still in the air. And beautifully done. And this is what happens when you do not run quickly. Whether you are in or not yet in, you've got to slide your bat.
His intention was not to hit the stump. The intention was to give the ball to Emir Kiliza, but fortunately he hit the stump and got the wicket.
And a very big one. Emmanuel Manishimwe had been powering Imanzi Guardians in terms of runs. And now 42 for 1 after 5.3. Emile Lukiriza gets a breakthrough. Not on his name, but again, still, it is a wicket. It was an easy single for sure.
The new man in is Muchot Singh. Plays it to extra cover and finds the field already. No run. Stroke hard into extra cover again, and this time round they got just single.
And Eme will come on strike now. Eme had been very quiet with his bat, not scoring some runs for the team. He had been nowhere to be seen for sure. Can this be the day? Oh my goodness. Emile puts that one down. The easiest of the catches came straight at him and puts that one down. Ngabo Titans, even from yesterday, they've been not right there, up there in terms of fielding. They've been dropping so many catches, and this time round, they do the same. 43 for 1 after 6. Lindiro Romeo Blaze into the attack now. And Cedric, still unbeaten, keeps going. Cedric wanting to come back for the second. But I don't think it's just wanting to come back, but pushing the fielding to make mistakes. And now the fielders now being deployed to patrol the boundary. Hip square leg in place. Cow corner. Who is kind of too wide. He's a bit at deep mid wicket. And of course, long on, long off, and deep extra cover in place. Allowed appeal and it is given. The finger has been raised. And another one bites the dust for Imanzi Guardians. And the big wicket of Eme Mucho Dusenge. Beautifully done by the bowler. Looked very, very close, that one. And Eme Mucho will have to depart. 44 for 2. And Mucho goes for naught. 6.3 overs. And Imanzi Guardians losing another. The required run rate is going up bits by bits now into two figures. The required run rate is at 10 now. Not sure if Oscar had recovered fully to get in to bat. But this time round, Daniel Musenge makes his way into the crease to join Chuzuzo Cedric to see where they can finish. And still needing 136 runs to win from 81 balls. 3 more. And 3 more to complete over number 7. Dindiro Romeo Blaze. Daniel still warming up because he's seeing a big mountain to climb and he should be ready for that. Matt Fuller driven straight to Emile in the covers. And again, being a captain again, it comes along with so many responsibilities. Now Emile seeing him fielding into the covers region. Not so many times, not so often you'll see him fielding in the covers. He's always patrolling the boundary. But being a captain, he needs to make sure that everything is done, his voice is being heard, and when he's into the 30th, he can make decisions. And for sure, he is very busy. What an over this is. Just one run from it and a wicket. A big one of Eme Muchadusenge. 44 for 2 after 7 overs.
Excellent bowling from Rindilo Blaze from pavilion end and brings us to the end of 7th over. The score is 44 for 2. And comes into the attack. It's a captain himself, Emir Kiriza, who is obviously leading with the example, reading by example, who's doing really well in this tournament so far. And he's one of the best performer of his team as well.
The biggest of the overs that Imanzi Guardians had managed to get was 10 runs. And these overs, like previously in the Romeo Blaze, an appeal and it is given. Another one bites the dust for Imanzi Guardians. Emile, the captain, strikes on that very fast delivery of the over. 3 wickets down. Let's take a look at that. Beautifully done. To me, that looks very close. And Emile strikes in his very second over. Picks up 1, conceded only 6, and 44 for 3 after 7.1. Eric Neo makes his way in the middle. And Cedric goes for only 20. A strike rate of 76, not good enough to give the team a chance to keep things going. And Eric Neal will have to push the men's head coach, Landry Rurangwa, again alongside Leonard Namburo, the women's head coach. And of course, coming here at Gahanga, make your way to Gahanga. There is a lot to enjoy, including cricket games.
The new batsman in Eric Neomugabo going to face the first ball. Plays it into the cover and managed to get a single for the first ball that he faced in this inning. The new batsman in, I think the purpose here will be trying and have build a partnership between these two because they are still new on the pitch. Dropped it down to the Gary and managed to get a single, and Eric Neomugabo back on strike. Edged it to short fine leg and managed to get a single.
And 134 more runs needed from 75 balls. Trying to keep the run rate required climbing. Up in the air, David had to just sleep. Last delivery coming. Daniel wants to take off to steal a single, but not really. Emile concedes only 3 in this particular over. And 8 overs done, 47 for 3.
This brings us to the end of over number 8, and the score is 47 for 3. Comes back into the attack is Lindiro Brez from Pavilion, and the batsman on strike is Eric Neomugabo, and non-striker is Danny Gumnusenge.
Lindiro Romeo Blaze will come in to ball over number 9. That skidded in. And Eric Neo can only get a dot ball. For them to give themselves a chance, they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Nicely played by Eric Neo. Just following.
Both of them are very, very good batters, though. They can get boundaries at ease. But again, looking at the wickets column on the scoreboard, that gives them a go and gives them an idea of how to approach the innings, because they will need to build a partnership that can win them a game. Beautifully done, beautifully punched, and that should be a couple. And they will settle for 2 runs. And a partnership that can win them a game, this is one of them. After losing Eme, as well as Cedric and Emmanuel Manishimwe. This time round, these two, one of them will have to play a cameo of an inning. An appeal, the umpire nodding her head, is Nicole Andrigihozo, who thinks otherwise. But again, Lindiro Robles will get a dot ball. The run rate required has jumped to 11 now, 11.5, as the current reads only 5. Straight to Hamza Khan at point region. Hamza Khan looking very sharp. And to the end of 9th over, it is 49 for 3 after 9. That 1 dot balls so far, the blue lines, 14 ones, and look at the number of boundaries. 2 boundaries so far. If you look at the number of boundaries hit by the two, a catch, and oh my goodness, Lindiro Romeo Blaze, what are you doing? Dropping that one. And Eric Neo survives on that one. Again, fielding is haunting Ingabo Titans since day one. An appeal, the umpire says you've got nothing. Fielding will come into play big time. And right now, I think it can only be because this is hit hard. Will that be long enough? Not really, because Lindiro Romeo Blaze proves everyone wrong and takes that beautiful looking catch in the dip. And Daniel Gumyusenge will be the one to depart. 51 for 4 after 9.2 overs. This game of ours, you survive, but still the very next ball, India Romeo Blaze not celebrating after being aware of what he did previously. Should have taken that easiest of the catches, but this time round gets the last laugh. Daniel, departs.
The new batsman coming in is Rukundo Jean-Pierre.
And Eme, just out of curiosity, speaking that name, he is your young brother. And I mean, it's something very good. We all give back to the game in different ways. And for sure, we are giving back to the game. You are doing the same as well. And watching your brother playing the game out there in the middle. I mean, share that experience and the feeling that you get seeing that happen.
And the experience is really nice. We are all being part of cricket and committing, providing a commitment to the game of cricket in different ways. He's there down on the pitch, and I'm here in the commentary. And the funny thing is, after the game, we had a talk about what happened, and we really have, and we take some decisions and the changes, and we give each other the ideas on what should be changed in each part of the game. And this time round, yesterday, I remember we talked about the stance. He's tall, and his 2 feet are very close to one another, and he definitely, when he's playing, it's like he stepped into the ball 2 times. And this time round, we decided for him to try and give himself a big stance and just put the front leg in the line of the ball and hit the ball and see if it will be productive.
And that's very massive. That's a massive feedback that you would give to anyone, not even your brother in particular, but a feedback that you can give to any other player. So it's very good that you can be able to see something, you can be able to advise, and he can be able to listen and understand the reason why you're coming to him with such a feedback. And that is a top notch for sure. And halfway the innings, the score reads 52 for 4 after 10. Drinks break, and 128 more runs needed from 60 deliveries. ubaza ibibazo bike kandi bigufi, ubaza ikibazo kirekire noneho ukamusubiza nawe bikarangira agiye kuza kumusubiza. And after the drinks break, now into the next 10 overs. Imanzi Guardians on 52 for 4 in their first 10 overs. And Rindero Nobles comes in after taking that catch in the dip and comes into ball from the pavilion end to short and well guided, well placed. And Orchide does the fielding.
Nicely played by Rukundo Jean-Pierre.
Eric Neo trying to go big. Plays that one at square leg, finding Chancelier, who does the fielding. Eric Neo will be very handy, yet to show the intent of scoring some runs, but will need to try and beautiful looking shot. And Martin wasn't ready for that. And Martin Akaez would normally, anything that goes his way just like that, he doesn't hesitate. Eric Neo goes on the back foot. Doesn't get anything, having faced 8 deliveries, only 5 runs on his name.
Stroke hard into extra cover region and run out chance. Yes, Elise. Eric Neomugabo took a risky run and this time round departed for just 5 runs in 8 balls.
Eric Neo looking very unhappy. Going for the second. Should have been his call. Fumbled a bit, but the throw in was very good. And let's take a look at that. Very close, a very close call. And that will be 50-50. And again, the umpire is ready there. He's there to decide. He or she is the sole judge of the cricket match. And Eric Neo looking in disbelief, throwing out everything. $56 for 5 in 10.5 overs.
Currently, the runs required is 13.
Last delivery of the 11th over. And Rukundo Confiance joins Rukundo Jean-Pierre. The two Rukundos. And now, after 11 overs, 56 for 5.
the middle order batsman for the team Imanzi Guardians struggle continues in the middle to build a partnership and make a score for their team and take their team through. And Adere, if you were part of this team, batting team, and you're in the middle there, what will be your approach towards this chase?
Because for as long as you can keep grafting, keep playing around yourself, you've got to give yourself a chance by trying so hard to get some runs on board. Unless you want to play the full T20 overs. But trying to go after the score, you've got to at least go and increase the run rate, because the current run rate is at 5. You should be at least at around 10, closer to 13 that is required, so that you get to see how you can bring the innings back to life. That's up in the air. They should be taken. David was nowhere to get the ball, but finally he takes that one, and another one is gone. Emile gets another. Emile gets himself another wicket. David takes that one, the easiest of the catches. And it is a 57 for 6 after 11.3 overs. And again, for as long as I can ask the batters to go on and try to go after the score, but who is there to try that? The personnel to do that again is another element that you can't take for granted. Now Patrick Iradukunda is coming in. Patrick Iradukunda alongside Rukundo Jean-Pierre. Who among the two can go on and give you 14 runs and over? Not saying that they can't, but the situation that they are in again plays a big part. If Patrick can be able to keep the rotation of the strike going, and Rukundo Jean-Pierre comes in, tries and look for boundaries, because he's the set batter, not as in set, because he doesn't have lots of runs on his name, but he is a batter. That simply means there is what he can manage to do better, way, way better than any other person behind, any other batter behind. Patrick gets a couple and gets straight off the mark. Emile offering width, and Patrick goes for a cut. Patrick left arm seamer, and seeing him holding the bat, that is racing all the way, and Orchidea on the chase. Not sure if he managed to stop that one. Orchidea decides to clean him over. Cleans him over is Emile Rukiriza, who earns himself the 4th wicket. And take a look at that. Has conceded only 14 runs in his 4 overs and picked up 4 wickets. And another one is gone. 61 for 7 after 12 overs. Rukundo Jean-Pierre is left hanging. Patrick Dadukunda trying to take on Emile, but perishes. Rukundo Jean-Pierre.
Excellent bowling from Emile Rukiliza. What a way to end the spell by the wicket. Takes 4 wickets in 4 overs and 14 runs.
Mutimana Clever leading with 9 wickets. Inyas Nirenganya again with 8 of them. Muhammad Nadil with 7. And Emile, after this game, Emile will be on top of the table. But again, Inyas playing, Muhammad Nadir playing the game on the upper ground. So that simply means not sure how the table will be looking like at the end of this morning's games. And when I looked at the boundaries that have been hit in the tournament so far, 161 fours have been hit and 86 maximums have been hit. And that shows you, and that gives you an idea of how interesting the batters are expressing themselves. The wickets have runs. Hit hard. Martin is there in the deep and takes the catch. Martin can never drop those. Those are sitters, and Martin does the fielding in the deep. Another one bites the dust, and this time round is Rukundo Jean-Pierre trying to access the ropes, but Martin will be there to take that. 61 for 8. And we are into the 13th over. Ibrahim Chimiman had joined Rukundo, and now Rukundo is gone. Will have to depart. Timana Clever will be coming in to join Ibrahim. And how well can the two take the game on?
Excellent catch from Martin Akayesu. Confirms that he's the best fielder in this tournament with reading 8 dismissals and 6 catches in 4 innings.
As I was talking about those boundaries, sorry to cut you short, but hitting that amount of boundaries in only 3 days, I'm telling you, that is massive.
That is very special of this tournament. And on your point of view as a coach, and what do you see and what makes this tournament special, and do you see any difference between this tournament and the other tournaments that have been played before?
Of course, big difference. Big difference is there because if you look at during the league, actually this is the elite Liberation Cup, and it is played by very good delivery in the Romeo Blaze, and it is played by those players who are there and in a competitive environment but do not get enough playing time. Having these 4 teams together here playing against each other exposes everyone's potential to the maximum. So that simply means everyone has got a chance to showcase what he can offer. And again, the other thing is seeing young players coming through. We talked about the under-19s who are preparing for an ICC tournament in August. But again, if you look at the improvement from certain individuals, I will mention some names. That's hit hard, and it is hit long enough. Clever. Mutuhimana being very clever, earns himself a boundary. This time round, it is a maximum. I was going to say that I will mention some names. Take a look at Eloi Loic. Is one of the top players that have impressed my eyes in this particular tournament. This is gone up in the air, and oh my goodness, another boundary. Mutimana Clever announcing himself to be here on this particular encounter. Look at that, beautifully hit, and Joshua didn't manage to get that ball inside the rope. The ball rolls over the rope for a boundary. An appeal, and it is given. It is given. After back-to-back boundaries, and Mutimana Clever nicks that one straight to the keeper. And the finger is up. 72 runs on board after the loss of 9 wickets. And I talked about Eloi, talked about Mugisha Berthe as well coming in through, as well as the youngsters like Chuzu Cedric again, who is announcing himself in the system, opening the batting for Imanzi Guardians. Not contributing much today, but he's been there. He's been pushing and scoring runs for the team with the likes of Hamza Khan, who is an informed Hamza Khan from scoring a century last weekend into scoring some 30s, 40s. Now today scored an 80. Again, that is a very, very good job that is being done. In the bowling perspective, we've been seeing Emile coming in, as well as Edindiro Romeo Blaze currently bowling over number 13. And some all-rounders again came to the party. Martin Akaezu, Emile Rukiriza as well. Joshua has been also scoring some runs. And for sure, this tournament should be way, way different than the other tournaments. It is called the Elite for some reasons.
Well said, Adele. And for me, what I'm seeing is the competition between teams. If you can see, every team has at least one game, which means they are very competitive. You can't say this team is better than this. It's a matter of performance. They are all doing well in terms of everything. Bowling, the competition is very high compared to the other tournament. Because if you can see from the other rig that have been played before, there have been one team that haven't won even a single game. But this time around, the competition is very high, and the winning is. I was surprised to see 120 to be chased in 19.5 in yesterday's game. That means it was a good fight for both teams. It really was, and it was won until it was done.
And for sure, that's a very, very good observation. As Hamza Khan is brought into the attack, bowling over number 14. And for sure, that is very, very positive. Seeing Imanzi Guardians pulling off a haste yesterday against Imena Centurions. In the previous, like 2 editions of elite tournaments, Imanzi Guardians didn't manage to secure a win. And now them coming back into this particular tournament, trying to pull through some performances that wins them a game, that is something that you can't take for granted. as Mugisha Izere Bruce gets off the mark with just a single. Hamza Khan coming in, slowish delivery. Ibrahim will hit that one down the ground, and they'll find a single again. With 2 more deliveries to come, Hamza Khan is looking at handing himself to finish things off in style, but the batters will not allow that to happen just like that. You've got to work for it. Last delivery.
The single brings us to the end of the over 13th. The score is 78. 14. Brings us to the end of over number 14, and the score is 78 for the loss of 9. Martin Akaez comes back into the attack. Ingabo Titans 1 wicket away from finishing in style. Wide ball for Martin Akaez, going for the bouncer, but this time around the ball goes over batsman's head. Way too far from batsman's head.
An inside edge, and that will allow Ibrahim Chimimana to sneak in another single. Martin Akaezu coming in at over number 15 to see if they can get this last wicket. They only need 1 wicket to win, as Imanzi Guardians need 99 runs to win from 35 balls.
I think that is the reason why Emil has decided to bring Martin back into the attack. The purpose is to finish the game into this over.
Bruce Mugisha, pace off delivery, slow ball, but bowling it down the leg to allow him to bowl a wide delivery. Martin Akaezu, even at the start, bowled so many extras. Now coming in to bowl at this particular stage of the game, you have to make sure that you are right on the money. More and more extras coming. Martin Akai is not sure what he's trying, but he should be able to get things done right.
Now this time round, it's Mugisha Brice against Martin.
Mugisha Bruce swings and swings, but misses. Martin bowling that pace, but can't be able to bowl that straight into the timbers. Because I think that's why the captain had to bring Martin back into the attack. Still, Martin 4 wides in the over. Four wides in the over. Martin Akaizu, what are you trying to do? The consistency part is where things should be done. I mean, the consistency part is more and more important. More and more extras. 5 wides in the over. Is it that Martin is feeling relaxed? Just that you've got so many runs on board, it doesn't stop you from doing the right things right. And this is the right moment that you have got to nail it big time. Comes back after long waited legal delivery. 5 wides in the over. Having bowled 7 legal deliveries. Pardon, 7 deliveries, but only 3 are legal deliveries. And Martin failing to control. Still freebies, extras. This time around, in terms of no balls, and having bowled 9 balls, and only 3 are legal deliveries. The longest of the overs. But Martin, I'm just wondering what he is trying to do. Mugisha advances, trying to attack the free hit, but misses that one. 17 runs is what they need every over to win the game. Again, the two of them, Ibrahim and Mugisha, are nowhere to find the ball to try and score some runs. Pace off delivery. And Mugisha will be happy for just a single to bring Ibrahim on strike.
Ibrahim on a strike. Edged it down to the third man for a single. Brings up to the end of the over number for 15th, and the score is 87 for 9.
Three boundaries.
Three fours.
Kubera ko Gahanga bitinzemo byarangiye barivarizinze target babaha 9-8 muri overs 10. Rero ubu ngubu bakeneye 11 mu mipira 20. Ibrahim comes back on strike. Didn't bother running on that particular delivery. More and more dot balls. Hamza being trusted to be given the second over. Driven down the ground for just a single. And Hamza Khan trying to buy a wicket, varying the pace, tossing it up to deceive the batters. And Mugisha is at a breeze. He's not that someone that you can deceive just like that. He is very clever. He knows what Hamza Khan really wants.
Plays it straight to the cover, but find the field already. Can't get a run out of it. Brings us to the end of over 16th. The score is 89 for the loss of 9.
Martin Akayezu leading with 8 dismissals, 6 catches on his name. And some guys have been taking so very good catches with the likes of Didier and Martin Akayezu. Their brilliance in the field had earned them two great catches of the tournament so far that we had witnessed with our own eyes. Bimeimana Ivan comes in to bowl over number 17 and cleans him over. Is Ivan Bimeimana, who earns himself a wicket. The Timbers are down, and 89 is what Imanzi Guardians managed to put up on board in response to 179 that Ingabo Titans had managed to score. Ingabo Titans winning the game by 90 runs, and that is the batting scorecard for Imanzi Guardians. Not a lot to talk about, really. Kizo Cedric, 20 off 26. Manishimi Emmanuel, 15 off 11. With only 6 boundaries, 3 maximums and 3 boundaries. Those are the boundaries that were hit in total. And if you compare the first innings and this, totally different. The bowling scorecard, Martin Chancelier and Hamza Khan goes home wicketless. Bimenyimana Ivan picks up 1, which is Emile being the top wicket taker of this game. 4 wickets, conceded 14 runs and bowled 4 overs with an economy of 3.5. Dindiro Romeo Blaze again with 3 wickets on his name, 21 runs conceded in his 4 overs. Total of 20 extras were bowled, and Martin contributing lots of them. And Hamza Khan being in there with his 88 of 50. Orchide 20 off 9, 20 off 26 is Kwizera Fabrice. Again, on the bowling, Confianza with 3 off 34. Pardon, 3 for 34. Eric Neo 3 for 34 as well, bowled 3 overs. Mile 4 for 14, 3 for 21. Dindiro Romeo Blaze and Ingabo Titans goes home victorious with this win by 90 runs. And we'll catch you live shortly at the post-match presentation. And welcome to the post-match presentation. The game between Ingabo Titans was up against Imanzi Guardians, and Ingabo winning the toss and opting to bat first, posting 179 for 10 in 19.4 overs. In response, Imanzi Guardians 89 all out in 16.2 overs. And first things up, I'll just have a word with the captain of Imanzi Guardians, Eric Neo. Eric Neo, tough luck out there in the middle. And what do you have to say about the performance that you guys displayed out there?
Batters didn't take responsibilities. I mean, we didn't do what we were supposed to do. We didn't take the game through rotating the strike and look for those boundaries when needed. I think we fell short in a batting lineup. We didn't do our job, man.
Just a quick one. Plans going forward?
We need to win the rest of the games. That's all.
And all the very best, Neo.
Thank you.
Emile, the winning captain of the day. And congratulations, Emile. Now 4 out of 5.
Yeah, we're happy. We are happy.
Good. And now, what do you think that the team did well that you guys had to go out there and win this particular encounter?
Yeah, great start. Great start from our openers, Hamza Khan, Eric Tusinjizima, and the youngster Fabrice, the young under 19 player. They played very well. And Okide too. I mean, everyone was positive, but I think, as I said earlier, we wanted 200 plus, and me, Martin, Josh, I think we didn't contribute enough because we stood a very good chance of scoring 200 plus. But yeah, we keep on trying. Even afternoon, we will be trying. And we still struggle with the drops. We are not fielding well. Still have so much to improve on, but the message is that we are very positive team. We are together. Everybody knows what team needs. So you know what to do for the team to win, yeah.
And that simply means you haven't yet maximized the full potential of the team.
Yeah, that's true.
And all the very best in your remaining games, Emile.
Thank you so much.
And to award the player of the match will be the third umpire, Dube. And the player of the match will go to someone who scored 88 runs off 50 deliveries with 6 boundaries and 8 maximums. That is Hamza Khan. And Hamza Khan, congratulations on your Player of the Match award.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And please take us through your game and what do you think you did best to deserve the Player of the Match award?
Yeah, we keep it simple, and the captain give us the saying we can go for some aggressive cricket and give them a good total, and with preparation, what we prepare in the nets with the coaches, so we try to deliver here.
All the very best and win more of those Player of the Match awards.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, you've heard it, and Ingabo Titans winning the game by 90 runs.
execute what already was your plan, and take us through how you're going to do it and why were you thinking that you were going to bowl first?
Yeah, I would say that here is now becoming too tight. Where this game we decide if we are keep going or we are done to the final, and we have to win it. Even net run rate will be required. So we want to bowl fast so that we can restrict them to below chase, and we try to chase it early. Then we raise up our net run rate. Yeah.
I wish you all the best. And as you have noticed, Imanzi Guardians have won the toss and decided to bat first. And stay tuned in, we'll be right back.
And let's get back live on this afternoon's encounter. Mena Centurions up against Imanzi Guardians. Imanzi Guardians winning the toss and opting to have a bat first. Hit hard and hard big time for a boundary. He is the fearless young man here, Cedric Chizozo, starting off in style, getting off the mark in style with a boundary. Beautifully played, one bounce into the boundary. And Cedric has been very impressive from the word go. He's there to destabilize the bowlers and to make sure that the power play is done, and the power play is done with runs on board. And he's done that not today. Beautiful. What a gem of a delivery. And Inyas, at some point, you should even walk towards the batter and have a word at some point. Inyas Nirenganya giving away that particular boundary and has been very impressive with the ball in hand from the start of the RCA Men's A-Light Elite Liberation 20 Cup 2026. And Cedric goes again and goes again for another boundary. The ball is racing away and it gets over the rope. Cedric gets another boundary. Pitched short, and Cedric loves it that way. And pitch short and width has been offered, and that has been dispatched into the boundary. 2 boundaries in the very same over. Cedric in the morning scored some runs, scored 20 off 25. Hit hard, but not hard enough because it has gone into the hands of Manishimwe Jean-Claude at mid-wicket region, and 1 wicket is down. Imanzi Guardians shades the first blood. It is 8 for 1 and right into the first over. Hirenganya Inyas to bowl the last delivery of the very first over. That went for 8, 2 boundaries in it and a wicket. And Eme Mucho comes in to join Manishimwe Emmanuel. And 8 runs for 1 after just 1 over. Previously, Imena Centurions against Imanzi Guardians. Imanzi Guardians managing to win the game, scoring 137. And Imena Centurions in response managed only 116. Ingabo Titans on top of the table. And I'm very sure, no doubt, that they have secured their spot on Monday afternoon for the finals. Chigabo Moise to bowl from the pavilion end. And a first ball will be a dot ball. And such a good way to start the innings, to start the over, bowling your first. And again, being given an opportunity to play this afternoon game. Has been there in the dugout, but not given an opportunity. This time around, they decided to now give him the new ball. A run out chance, and it is not taken. It was a good throw in the end from the keeper, but no one was there to cover the stumps, to back up the stumps, to allow themselves to attempt a run out. Miscommunication between the two. Memucho had to go there at the striking end and made his way back. And we are talking about 40 meters going and coming back. And Mucho had to make his way back just to survive. Beautifully bowled. Chigabo Moise bowling proper lines, 3 dot balls in a row. Including that missed opportunity of a run out. And in most cases, that comes along with the awareness of knowing what is needed and what has to be done, knowing that the bowler has followed through Nobody is there to back up the stumps. Someone in the covers, mid-wicket. What are you going to do? Up in the air. Will this be another boundary? No, it won't be, because Israel Mugisha in the deep will have to do the fielding. A run out opportunity missed. Another missed chance. Mugisha Israel does the fielding and allows the batters to go for 3 runs, saving 1 run for the team is Mugisha Israel. Driven powerfully, and Inyasi couldn't hold on to that because Mucho had took off way earlier for just a single.
That was a run-out chance, but Inyasi couldn't hold on to that ball. He fumbles it and allows Mucho to get a single. Nicely placed by Emmanuel Manishimne into the gully. And nice fielding there from Berite Mugisha. This brings us to the end of the over number 2. And the score is 13 for the loss of 1. Coming back into the attack, Inyas Nilenganya. And on the strike, Manishim Emmanuel. Still 2 fielders out of the league.
Beautifully done by the bowler himself, Inyas Nirenganya. Being aware and knowing that Manishim Emmanuel wants to come down the ground to meet the ball halfway, and a pace of delivery. Ninyasi has been very impressive earlier on in his very first overs. He's been striking earlier on in even yes, and Emmanuel Manishimwe had arrived safely after knowing what happened to him earlier on in the morning game against Ngabo Titans. Kizera Fabrice picking up that ball quickly, throws it to the stumps. Emmanuel Manishimwe had known that he had arrived, but no. This time around, he had to make sure he slides the bat.
Looking from outside here, you could see the Imena Centurions fielders are looking very confident in the field and the spirit you can see they are full of fighting spirit in the field. And that was a no ball overstepping from Inyasi Nelenganya. A free hit to be played by Manishimwe Emmanuel.
Talking about them, this is one of the teams that plays together. A free hit will be awarded, and Emmanuel Manishimwe will really hit that one. It was bounced short. And such a lovely, lovely looking shot. Pulled away nicely for a maximum. Is Emmanuel making use of the pace and making use of the free hit. And that is how you should treat deliveries like those. With one more delivery to complete over number 3. Manishimwe Emmanuel trying to score some runs for the team. And yes, Mucho will have to cash in terms of runs as well this afternoon. Trying to swing hard, misses out on that one. And that will be it for Inyase's second over. That goes for 17 in his 2 overs. Picked up just 1 wicket. 3 overs down, 22 for 1.
Comes back into the attack. Kigawama is now this time is going to be bowling against Mucho Dusenge. Swing and a miss. Kigawa, the man who's looking tight on his line this afternoon. Talking of teamwork, you could see here plays it nice and straight. This time finds long on, managed to stop it for a single. Swing and a miss. A good bowling, a good piece of bowling from Kigawama is comes down the wicket this time round. Manishing Emmanuel placed it nicely in between point and extra cover for double. Comes down the wicket and managed to smash a boundary. Nicely played by Emmanuel Manishimwe. Nicely bowled from Kigawama's pace of delivery. The dot brings up to the end of the over number 4. and score is 28 for the loss of 1.
David Henry Olivier coming into the attack from the airport end. And Mucho Dusenge opting to go for a cut shot, misses that one. And Manushimge Emmanuel on 17 off just 14 deliveries as the score reads 29 for 1. Still the power play, the wickets column, not something to worry about, but the runs on board. Hit with power and precision down the ground, and that will be a boundary. That will be a boundary on Eme Mucho Dusenge's name. And for sure, much needed one. And again, he needed that again to just give himself an opportunity to keep going. Starting things with a boundary at some point gives you more and more courage. And for sure, he keeps going in no time, like a trace of a bullet that goes straight through the gap at point region to the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Mucho and for Imanzi Guardians. Look at that, cut away powerfully and nicely to guide that through the gap for a boundary.
A back-to-back boundary from Mucho Dusenge. This time round, slow delivery and plays it back to the bowler. Ribeiro Henry Revere, who's looking weak from his lineup. He's running too slow. Here comes Mucho Dusenge again. Plays it straight to the middle. A run-out chance, but unfortunately, Isaini Omogawa missed the target.
Mucho Dusenge Eme trying to steal a run, pardon. He had been very successful, but again, very unfortunate for that throw from Isaini Mugabo.
Obviously, they are not having a good communication there. That's the thing that they should be at least have a chat on at this moment.
Against the defenders playing against Ngao Titans on the upper ground. And such a lovely encounter this afternoon. Ngenzi having lost 2 of their games and will have to cement their place as they win this afternoon. Again, Mena Centurions trying to make it through. They've been the runners-up in the previous tournament, the previous Elite Liberation T20 Cup, which was last year, 2025. And that should give them an idea of how to go about it. Having lost 3, of course, they will be eyeing at trying to get their first win against Imanzi Guardians, as in their first. Imanzi Guardians were the winners. David Henry bowling that one over, conceding only 9 runs, as Imanzi Guardians this morning had registered the lowest score of the tournament so far, 89 all out in 16.2 overs, and losing the game by 90 runs. Big win for Ngabo Titans. 38 for 1 after 5.
A dot ball brings us to the end of the over number 5, and the man to bowl 6th over from pavilion end is Israel Mugisha. The man on strike is none other than Mucha Dusenye, who is now 17 of 15. White ball from Israel Mugisha. Nicely played by Mucho, but straight to the fielder in the cover. A run out chance, but missed. A good communication there from in between Emmanuel.
Hit. It was a loose ball. And at the end of 6 overs, the power play, 45 for 1.
The bowler come back into the attack is Revero Henry Olivier from Airport End. Comes down the wicket and swing and miss. Nicely bowled by Henry. With a slow delivery. Excellent bowling from Henry. Back to back slow delivery. And batsman couldn't play that one. Bowls another slow delivery, but this time around Manishim Emmanuel drives this down to the wrong one and got a single.
David Henry bowling those slow balls and nailing them perfectly. This time round, off the pads, and the ball races away. Kigabo Moise does the fielding in the dip. They will just run for two. And this time round, not from the blade. Lever Henry looking at those slow balls. I mean, when something is working, you've got to maintain. Imanzi Guardians. Beautiful looking shot, but there is protection in the dip. And they will go for just a single. And my brother here, Eme, was at the toss. Eric Neo was like, we are not looking at any score here. We just want to be positive. This should be taken and to get a single and allows Daniel to get off the mark. Having some guys patrolling the boundaries. Long off, long on, cow corner, deep mid wicket in place, as well as a deep extra cover. Manishimwe Emmanuel, who is striking it at exactly 100, will keep going, but again, keeping things going without getting runs again. Down the ground, goes up in the air. This should be another. And oh my goodness, takes that one on the second attempt. Look at the celebration. Takes 3 catches in a single match. And look at that. You can get an idea of what it means to the young man. And Imanzi Guardians losing another and losing a set batter. It was there for the taking, but the elevation wasn't that enough. Look at the celebration from Jean-Claude Dimanishimwe. And 52 for 3 now after 7.5 overs.
A new batsman coming in, the captain of the side, Eric Neo.
Israel Mugisha strikes in the very second, in his very second over, and the second wicket in the same over. Last delivery, having conceded only 2 runs. Eric Neo, the captain, into the attack. Beautifully done. Lual Loig, the keeper, wanting to cause drama here. Appealing at nothing whatsoever. And 8 overs done, 52 for 3. with a current run rate of 6.5. They just need someone to take up the responsibilities, someone to take the game on, someone to build something with. And these two, Daniel and Eric Neo, are the only two guys to try that, a partnership that will give them a chance to post something on board.
A new bowler coming in into the attack from airport end. Bertin Mugisha.
The umpire revoking on that no ball that was given. And Mugisha Berthe, very rare to see him bowl. This time round comes into the attack. Beautifully done. That leg spin of his, having bowled the first ball, didn't ask the umpire or tell the umpire where he's going to bowl from. But the umpire had to revoke on that decision. Knowing Mugisha Berthe back in the days, I was lucky to see him grow throughout his years of his playing career. He was a seamer and he was bowling beautifully. But again, you know, the injuries do happen and he couldn't be able to bowl pace for a very, very long time. And now coming into bowl a leg spin, it's not often that you will see him bowl, but look at the figures. And bowling to someone like Daniel, 4 dot balls in a row, forgetting this one as well to make it number 5, and one more delivery.
He even has that good bowling action. He even has that good bowling action. And this time he bowls a maiden. Excellent bowling from Bertin Mugisha. I think this one is the 5th one throughout this tournament.
Such a beautiful over from Mugisha Berthe, a maiden over. And surprisingly, the captain had to go to Mugisha Berthe to ask for some overs. And for sure, Mugisha Berthe delivered. Israel comes back. They will just get a single from that. Israel offering width, trying to turn the ball. But again, finding himself giving the batters something to talk about. Beautiful looking delivery. And Dani very well executed, having lost 3 wickets inside 10 overs. The two batters will try to look for, to build something. For sure, you could see that they are trying so hard. But again, you've got to build with something.
Nicely placed by Eric Neal, just for a single. And you can see the intent. They're trying to build something, and definitely if they manage to build a partnership with these two batsmen, they will take their team far in this game. It's very obvious, and they're playing really well at the moment. Nicely bowled by Israel Mugisha. Nicely played by Daniel. Plays it straight down to Kaukona for a single. And this brings us to the end of 10th over, and score is 56 for 3. And now Mugisha Berthe backs into the attack after a maiden over bowled in his first over in this inning.
There's you can't explain the reason why you can't give Mugisha Berthe another over after bowling that beautiful over that went for none. And the umpires have called for drinks. And let's get back shortly after this hydration break. Halfway the innings, 56 for 3 is Imanzi Guardians. And Mugisha Berthe coming in to bowl his second over. Long on, long off, cow corner, as well as deep extra cover. Deep square leg as well. This time round, Mugisha concedes a run in his second over. But that didn't come off the blade. Too short, width, and hit hard down the ground, finding Protogene in the deep. And Protogene will do the fielding.
No ball. Starts with a wide, the second ball dot, and the third ball no ball. A free hit to Eric Neo. Goes hard and hit it over cover for a boundary. 4 runs from Eric Neo. Nicely played and powerful.
Mugisha Berthe finally conceding runs now. And Manshimwe Jean-Claude doesn't get hold on to that to allow Daniel and Eric Neo to sneak in another single to make it 8 runs conceded so far in the over. Beautifully hit down the ground.
Great work down there in the deep. Nicely played by Daniel Gumsenge. Inside edge, but Eric Neal managed to get a single.
Manzi Guardians digging even deeper to just rotate the strike and see how they can keep the scoreboard ticking. Trying to tap on that one. There is no one in the third man region trying to get a boundary from that and trying to use the outfield. Outfield looks very dry. It's just a matter of placing the ball, just the placement, and the outfield will do the rest. 66 for 3 after 11 overs. Now Eric Neo and Daniel Gumyusenge will be trying to look for runs whichever way they come, trying to scrap for every single run out there. And again, looking at how the score is at this stage of the game, the boundaries have completely dried up for Imanzi Guardians. And the thing is, for how long can they do that? Daniel Gumsenge on 5 of 13 deliveries, Eric 8 of 8, and he will be on strike. And the keeper, Elwaloik, very, very sloppy behind the stumps, allowing that one to go. And the batters very aware they will be trying to go at everything. Whichever opportunity that you offer, they will take it.
Adele, how many more runs do you think can be added to the total by Team Manzi Guardians from 8.4 balls remaining?
It will be a tough one. It will be a tough one, but 120 on the cards here. If Eric Neo and Daniel build something, that simply means a partnership is really, really needed. Because looking at the two batters in, they are looking very cautious just because whoever goes out, who comes in, and whoever comes in, is he going to support on the other side? And also trying to avoid scoreboard pressure as well as avoiding one batter to score from one end, and the other end it is only wickets. Beautifully bowled and nicked, and Elualoik can only do so much. And Inyas Nidenganya takes another wicket. Look at that. Daniel Gumyusenge, he was looking for that particular shot, wanting to tap for the ball to travel quickly into the boundary in the third man region, and this time round departs into the dugout. Gumyusenge on just 5, having faced many balls, chewed some balls, boundaries nothing, maximums nothing, even in the morning game. And the struggle continues to Daniel Gumyusenge. Rukundo Jean-Pierre comes in. And 67 for 4 after 11.4 overs. Just as I was talking about that partnership, again, nothing in terms of partnership. Should we expect the two, Rukundo Jean-Pierre and Niamugaba Eric, to build a partnership? Not a partnership of overs, but a partnership of runs that you get to see something on board and something to fight for. Beautifully done by Inyas, but again, it was hit straight. Inyas couldn't field from his own bowling, giving away that single. Rukundo Jean-Pierre straight off the mark, up and running. Last delivery to complete Inyas's third and over number 12. Very well done there from Inyas. Pace of delivery to complete the over. And that dotted delivery will take us to the end of over number 12, 68 for 4. People coming out to watch some cricket, passing by. During weekdays, very rare to see people coming out to watch some cricket. But again, on a Thursday, not easy to get people to come out. That mostly happens during the weekend when one can take a walk from home.
A new bowler comes in into the attack is Clinton Rwagumya and dropped down to the deep square leg by Rukundo Jean-Pierre for a single. Plays it down to short fine leg and for a single.
Beautiful looking delivery. Clinton Rubagumia, pace off delivery. And Clinton Rubagumia yesterday against the defenders had bowled beautifully, opting to go for a cut. I was a pace on.
Nicely bowled by Clinton Luagumya.
Manzi Guardians will only need someone to step on the gear, someone to put matters into his own hands, and that someone will be one of the two guys in. And the issue will be now, how far can they go?
Comes up the end of over 13th and score is 70 for the loss of 4. Backs into the attack is Israel Mugisha from pavilion end, and the batsman on strike is Eric Neo. Plays it nicely in between point and extra cover for a single. Nicely bowled by Israel Mugisha.
Israel Mugisha trying to create half chances.
Plays it nicely and straight for a single. A quick single, plays it straight to the point, but this time they managed to get a single. Struck very hard down the ground, straight to long off for a single. Nicely played by Rukundo Jean-Pierre. And this single brings us to the end of the over number 14. The score is 74 for the loss full, and the projected score is 106.
And on the other side, Ngabo Titans up against Ingenzi defenders. Again, 44 dot balls. Too many for a T20 game. 29 singles, 7 boundaries, and 1 maximum. Only 8 boundaries. In the morning game, when we saw Ingabo Titans posting 179 in 15 overs, they were already on 18 boundaries. And that tells you a story of ball striking That is a powerfully hit. The timing was right there and beautifully played for a boundary.
A pace of delivery, but well timed by Kundo Jean-Pierre and struck too hard towards the left side, the right side of wrong on, and managed to get a boundary. Wide from Clinton Lubagumya.
Clinton Rubagumya, but again, he's trying now to make his way into the bowling department. Hit powerfully down the ground. Single from that. Love it how he varies the pace. He makes sure that he deceives you, the batter, to allow you to make a mistake, and that is all what he will be wanting. Ingenzi defenders won the toss and opted to field first. And
nicely bowled from Clinton Lubagumya.
And Ingabo Titans are already on 132 for 7 and 16th over running. And we can only wait and see where they end up to. Pace off and punched down the ground for just a single. And 15th over running. They get in the 15, after 15th, in the next 5 overs, who will be able to step on the gear, who will be able to decide and try to score some runs and quick runs. And that is simply boundaries for Imanzi Guardians. They need to give themselves a chance. Imena Centurions recently, they have chased 130 against Ingenzi defenders. That simply means anything below that, Imena Centurions will go after that comfortably. They will be coming in geared up, going for the chase.
Nicely bowled by Clinton Lubagumya and brings us to the end of 15th over, and the score is 8-1 for the loss of 4 wickets. This is the time for the batsman to take a responsibility and accelerate and try and maximize the last 5 overs to get a defendable score. I think this might be the one of the conversation that being held there in the middle between two batters, Eric Neo and Rukundo Jean-Pierre.
Let's see if that meeting in the middle is going to solve any issue, any problem. Can that meeting bring runs on board? David Henry comes into the attack to bowl his third, starting off with wide delivery. And this is the time now. The worry would be them being at 82 for 8, maybe having 2 wickets in hand, but they have 6 of them. Now 6 wickets in hand. Big heave, a big hit, and that will race all the way. Boundary for Eric Niomugaba. The meeting might have, they might have talked about this for sure. One has to look for runs. One has to try and get some boundaries in. And David Henry will be offering width. And you offer width, you fate is the sentence, is the phrase. With 5 more deliveries to come, how well is he going to make a comeback? And he does. Dot ball it will be.
Struck hard and straight and ran out chance, but Henry couldn't hold the ball. It was easy run out.
Henry Olivier couldn't hold on to that, asking the fielder Protegen to have given a one bounce. But again, when you are inside there, when you cross the rope, it is business time. Big hit in the air, but not long enough. Oh my goodness. Protegen makes it long enough and clears the boundary is Eric Niamugaba. That was the easiest of the catches. Take a closer look at that. No effort whatsoever. And he is one of the best fielders around. Catches properly. But this time round, not sure how that came. And Eric Neo is not stopping anytime soon. Goes big and goes long enough. Back to back sixes, back to back maximums to make it 3 boundaries in the same over.
Excellent batting from Eric Neo. And about the fielding, the one thing that I have noticed during this tournament is that when a fielding team sometimes found themselves dominating the inning, they loosen up. And that's why sometimes they end up dropping some catches which are not supposed to be dropped, and the easier ones which are expected to be held. And I think definitely this is the same thing that happened right now. The catch wasn't hard for the fielder like Balotelli.
"16 overs done." And that last delivery, Eric Neo had to get a single, and he will keep the strike in the next over. 100 comes up again for 4 after 16. And remember when you asked about the score after 10 overs, 120 is on the cards here. And now imagine if Eric Neo continues, then Rukundo Jean-Pierre joins the party, then there will be something to talk about later on. 100 comes up inside 16 overs. In the next 4 overs, there is a possibility to get 40 runs. The current run rate is at 6 so far, but if you my goodness, this one is given. Eric Neo will have to depart. And we have to take a closer look at that. Did he shuffle into the stumps? Eric had to shuffle, goes into the stumps, misses that one and misses everything. And the finger had to go up, but had tried so hard. Two maximums, two boundaries. 145 is the strike rate. 101 for 5 after 16.1 overs.
Inyasi Nirenganya takes a wicket on first delivery of 17th over. He's bowling his last over to end his spell. And the batsman on strike is Shimge Arnold. Inyas coming in.
Four more deliveries coming. Arnold hits that one down the ground. And looking to be meaning business from the word go. And Rukundo Jean-Pierre now, after facing 14 deliveries, the score reads 9. And there is need to try and put some runs on board. Give yourselves a chance. Pace off delivery, slow ball, and Inyas's slow balls are very deadly, very rare. You can't spot it coming. You can't sit on your back and say he is coming quick, because he tries and varies the pace, and that is something that he had to work on some days back, because normally he didn't used to be that kind of a bowler. He used to just bowl one way. This time round, he varies the pace, and that is very, very good. Hits that one hard, and Mugisha Berthe in the deep does the fielding and does it beautifully for just a single.
Inyasi charging in for the last delivery of his spell. Up in the air. Inyas underneath it. Takes the catch. Excellent catch from Inyas.
And what a way to end your spell of 4 overs, conceding 21 runs and picking up 4 wickets. Pace off. Shimge Arno didn't know how that came onto the bat, skied that one up, and Inyas had to field from his own bowling, takes the catch to make it 4 wickets in his name. 103 for 6 after 17 overs, 18 more deliveries to come.
A new batsman walking in, Ibrahim Chimimana. And back into the attack is Kigawa Moise to bowl the 18th over. The score is 103 for the loss of 6. Aged, but keeper couldn't take that one and goes for 4.
Such a lovely delivery that was. An inside edge beats the batter, beats the keeper, and runs all the way to the boundary. Kabo Moise offering very good lines, good lengths, hitting that back of a length and hitting it hard to make it hard for the batters. He's been very good. In his 2 overs had conceded 12 runs only. Beautiful into the block hole, and it will be just a single. And for as long as you won't be getting boundaries, but the strike rotation will be something that Imena Centurions will be happy for. And what a way to get off the mark by Rahim Chimimana. Hit hard with enough power to get to the boundary. Emile did it in the morning, Rokide did it in the morning, and Ibrahim can never miss such an occasion.
Is it down the ground for a single? Three more balls to finish the over, 18th. Aged and runs into the hands of the keeper. Now Kundo Jean-Pierre has to depart.
Look at that front foot going way away from the line of the ball, throwing the arms to the ball, and ends up nicking that one into the keeper's hands. Shot number 9, Rukundo Jean-Pierre departs. It is another wicket, 115 for 7. In 17.5 overs.
A new batsman coming in, Clever Mutuimana. And only one ball to finish the over. Swing and a miss. What a way to end the over. Excellent bowling from Kigawa Moise and brings us to the end of over 18th, and the score is 115 for the loss of 7 wickets. And projected score is 128.
Clinton Rubagumya to bowl the 19th over. Hit hard. Manishimwe Jean-Claude in the dip. Will try to go for the second, but no chance. Manishimwe Jean-Claude restricts them to just a single. Mutimana Clever in the morning game. He came in, the very first ball was out of the ground for a maximum. Not sure if he can do the same. It is a Clinton Rubagumya who is bowling. Bowling his third, had conceded 10 runs in his 2 overs so far.
Plays it nicely by Clever, but finds a fielder in the deep. Excellent work there from the deep. Pace of delivery and a dot ball.
Clinton Rubagumya being very, very effective and very economical as well. Two runs from this very over, having conceded 11. Very, very tight he was.
A wide ball from Clinton Rubagumya. Plays it hard and straight, but the fielder did a great work. They only managed to get 2 runs. Rangi arabikora kabisa. Oya. Nicely placed by Ibrahim. The single brings us to the end of the over 19th, entering into the last over of the inning. The score is 121 for the loss of 7 wickets. Kigawomo is coming in to bowl the last over of the inning and also the last over of his spell. Straight into the stump. Ibrahim Chimimana has to depart. Nicely bowled by Kigawomo is. A new batsman coming in, Rukundo Confiance. Ibrahim Chimimana went for 11, 1-6 and strike rate of 137.5.
Just like how he got dismissed in the morning game, trying to go across the line, straight ball, going across the line. I don't see any harm, but the body posture gone, the timing goes as well. Rukundo Confiance joins Clever Mutuimana, and Kigawa Moise responds with a wide delivery. 122 for 8, with 5 more balls to complete the first innings of the second game of the day.
A wide again from Kigawomo is. Plays it high, but landed safely. Managed to get a single out of it. And Clever Mutuimana onto the strike. And 4 more deliveries to finish the inning. Kigabo changed side this time round, coming right arm round. Plays this nicely towards Rex side and managed to get a single. Comfy on a strike. 3 more balls to come.
Kigabo Moise, can you bowl the same delivery that you bowled to Ibrahim Chimimana? Asking questions to the stumps. An appeal. Isai and the wicketkeeper thought that that came from the blade, but it was just a slash of the bat onto the ground. And it will be a dot ball with 2 more balls to come to complete the very, very first innings. An appeal not given. Kondo Confiance trying to take Kigabo on, but Kigabo turns out to be bowling a very, very decent last over, conceding only 4 runs. 2 of them were extras, 2 singles, and now into the last delivery. And Confiance will touch on that, and that will race all the way to the boundary. What a way to finish the innings. And finishes on 129 for 8 in their 20 overs.
And the boundary brings us to the end of the first inning. The score is 129 for 8, and Imena Centurion needs 130 runs in 20 overs.
Uh, 21 from 22 balls is what Manishim Emmanuel managed. Mucho Dusenge 18 of 19. Eric Neo Mugaba, the captain, 32 of 22 with a healthy strike rate of 145, 2 boundaries and 2 maximums. 15 of 19 is Rukundo Jean-Pierre and Ibrahim, 11 of just 8 deliveries. 11 extras are what Imena Centurions managed, and this time round came back from 30 on the first game. This time round they are on 11, which is a massive, massive improvement from the bowling department. 129 for 8 is what they managed to put up on board on the bowling scorecard. Yes, Ninganya with the peak of the day of 4 wickets, conceded 21 runs in his 4 overs. Chiko Moise and Israel Mugisha 2 wickets apiece, and Mugisha Israel 4.25 is the economy. He has been very, very good, considering only 17 runs and bowled 4 overs. And Imena Centurions will be needing 130 runs to win from their 20 overs. We'll get back shortly for the run chase. We get back for the run chase. Manzi Guardians winning the toss earlier on and sending themselves inside to bat and posting 129 for 8 in their 20 overs. Imena Centurions will be needing 130 to win from their whole allotted 20 overs. And Imena Centurions will be up for the task, trying to register their third win in the tournament, having won against Ingenzi defenders again with Imanzi Guardians on the first day, and this time around trying to give themselves a chance. And after today, we'll be knowing who plays who on the finals and who plays who on the third place playoff on Monday morning. Rukundo Confiance and the group will be eyeing at getting or causing the second upset as they got one from against Imena Centurions yesterday morning. And both teams in the morning, they all lost their games in the morning. Isaini Mugabo on your screens, shot number 1, alongside Mugisha Berthe up for the task, opening the batting for Imena Centurions. And Rukundo Confiance will be there to open the bowling from the airport end and will be starting with, of course, deep square leg, as well as the third man. Isai Niamgabo asking for his guard, and he will be expected to deliver on today's encounter. If they really need this win badly, they've got to show the intent earlier on. They have got to start on a high. Confiance Rukundo up and running. The umpire calls play fast ball up. And fast ball is being given the treatment, starting off in a high. Isai Niemgabo. Those shots, he plays them perfectly. Starting off on a high is Isai with the maximum. What a way to get off the mark, and what a way to announce yourself in the middle there with the maximum. And already they are in things for sure. And that was a loose ball, and that's the best you can do to a loose ball.
Straight to the fielder, and it was a half chance. Excellent fielding from Danny. Good stop there, and the shot was powerfully played by Belte Mugisha.
The two gentlemen meaning business, and from the word go, you could tell the intent is very clear. And two of them
Plays it nicely straight to the third man, just for a single. Two more balls to end the first over of this inning. Edged, but made his way to the boundary.
fortune favors the brave, they say. That runs all the way to the boundary. A healthy outside edge. The keeper watch that one racing all the way to the boundary in no time. 13 runs to find the over with one more delivery to come.
Delivery of the over. Wide ball from Confiance Rukundo.
Beautifully done by Berthe, guiding that in the third man region for just a single. And 15 runs on board. And 115 is what they need of 114. The required run rate is at 6. And the best thing you can do, and the favor you can do to yourself, is making sure that the balls and the runs go together. You don't need to find yourself playing catch-up cricket, when you are trying to catch up with runs, balls. At least when you have got more balls, less runs, from there you are good to go. But less balls, more runs, then those are question marks.
A new bowler coming in from pavilion end, Patrick Iladukunda, to bowl the second over of Imanzi Guardians.
Iladukunda Patrick, having swallowed 23 in his very first over in the morning. Hamza Khan had taken him to the cleaners. From that start, too short. Lucky enough, that was a wide, because Mugisha Berthe was there to give him the treatment. Too short, too wide. Very rare to survive. Deep square leg, third man in place. On the pads, and they will run just one, and those will be leg byes, as it is indicated by the umpire, Anthony Cole Ijihozo.
A change of field brings in a third man and takes out wrong on.
Isai Nyamgabo bowling it down the leg at your own risk. Touches on that one and races all the way to the boundary. Beautifully done. And Isai moves now 12 of just 4 deliveries. If you are to calculate the strike rate, it is a 300, exactly 300. By keeping it that way, the score will be chased in no time. Beautiful pitch over delivery. Such a lovely comeback. 6 runs so far in the over. And that's what they need, actually. Needing 5, close to 6 runs and over. And already in their 20s, inside 2 overs. Isai will not hesitate, because he goes after Patrick over the infield and all the way to the boundary. Another boundary on his name. 4 runs it is, offering full. And Isai will, he will be able to dispatch that one to the boundary, still in the power play. So he has all the permission he needs And take a look at that. Who gets the last laugh? It is Patrick Iradukunda after that boundary. And Isai wanting to tap on that to make use of the outfield. Look at that. Beautifully done, beautifully bowled, and all the way into the keeper's hands. One man down for Jimena Centurions. Isai goes for 16.
A new man coming in, Irwarik.
Elwa had been very, very good in terms of controlling the chase from the word go. He's been hitting boundaries as he pleases. He's been rotating the strike whenever and wherever he can. And I'm very sure he will be very handy this time round. He's been winning games for Imena Centurions single-handedly. And today will be the day that the team needs that inning. Last delivery to complete over number 2. And Elwa gets off the mark and will keep the strike. Up and running is Elwa Loic Inez Abimbabazi. 26 for 1 after 2 overs. Ngabo Titans is still right there on top of the world, waiting for how today ends. They're playing against Ingenzi defenders to get to see who finishes the day on top of the table.
New bowler coming in into the attack from airport end, Ibrahim Chimimana, to bowl the third over. Still two fielders outside. This time two fielders are Rongov and Dipsoyalek. Nicely bowled by Ibrahim Chimimana.
Ngabo Titans managed to post 179 once again for 7 in 20 overs. Hamza Khan again standing out. Hit another half century back to back. 77 of 45. 6 maximums, 6 boundaries. And on the chase in response, Ngenzi defenders are on 17 for 3. Inside 4 overs, 3.1 overs.
Wide from Ibrahim, trying to bowl way on offside. This time ends up bowling wide, too far away from the batsman.
Elua Loic Inizabimbabazi had been able to pull at anything that is being a banked shot. And Elua Loic keeps struggling. Can he contribute today again? He has been doing that in 4 innings. Just only one game that he didn't manage to contribute. And guess what? He does that in no time. Started with a boundary on his name. Again, loose balls. It is the consistency from the bowlers. Trying so much, trying a lot of things, because right there on board, there is nothing big on board, really, because these wickets have runs on it. That simply means the batters will also come in handy, and they'll be coming in hard. Those will be no balls, and Elua will be rewarded with a free hit. Brahim trying lots of things and missing the lines, missing those lengths, and Elua is there to maximize with 2 more deliveries to come. Now a free hit coming.
You can't be bowling such kind of balls when you're defending such a score. Goes up in the air. But it fortunately was a free hit. Bowlers are showing inconsistency.
Last delivery, Ibrahim. Pace off, but it will be a wide delivery. Already on 8 runs in this particular over. Have gotten whatever they need in the over, needing only 5.5. And for them, they're already on 12.34 inside 3 overs. That is a lot itself. Beautiful looking shot. This will not have enough legs to go to the boundary, but they will settle for a double. The connection wasn't quite enough, and Daniel was on the chase. He is a very good fielder. 36 for 1 after 3.
Ibrahim struggles with being consistent and bowls way too short.
And if you look at those blue bars, those skyscrapers we call them, the blue ones, all the 3 way taller than the orange ones. That tells you a lot on the approach. The men's head coach, again, spending the day at Gahanga, making sure that he watches the boys on how they are approaching their game, on how they're getting better. As in, they are approaching the days of play, having a tournament in Malawi this August. The team departing at around 8th of August to Malawi for a bilateral series. Beautiful looking shot, but they'll have to run even more. Will it race away to the boundary? It will for sure. And Elua Loic gets another boundary into the 40s now. Into the 40s. And Elua Loic giving the team what the team expects from him. Over the infield. And for sure, that was a beautiful looking shot. The longest boundary, that simply means whenever you try to hit the longer boundary, you've got to give yourself a chance. Just run until it is over.
Nicely played by Eluaroik. Dropped it down to the Gary and run for a single. Maziyo kabisa niba nabonye itangazo ry'abasatsi abantu bazajya bayabaha gake gashoboke hano i Kigali nyine bazajya bagira iminsi imwe bayabaha indi ntabahari bari guteguza abantu nyine ngo bajye mu gihe abahari bajye babika
Namba ni Kigali iwacu ni inzara
mugesera kabisa bambwira ati nicyo kintu kigoranye mu amazi
iwacu ni ibibazo bikomeye. And the captain looking to be giving Patrick his full 4 overs to bowl through, driven straight to Rukundo Jean-Pierre at extra cover, who is on the inner ring. Five runs so far from the over. And something that they are doing very well, they are getting a boundary in every over. Hit hard, will find the fielder in the deep. Arno Ishimwe, who does the fielding. And a run out opportunity and not taken because Elua is quick enough to arrive safely. They'll pick up a double. And the required is only 5. They are getting 11 so far. And inside 4 overs with the last delivery to complete Patrick's second over and over number 4. Full toss, not well treated to complete over number 4, 43 for 1.
coming into the attack. New bowler Arnold to bowl his first over.
Arnold Ishimwe coming in. That is hit hard and well connected. And that goes all the way. It should be a maximum. And for sure it will be. And Elwa Loic cruising. Now 17 runs on his name. Beautiful looking shot. Again, it comes along with knowing what is needed. Because Elwa has the ability of spotting those gaps. He knew well enough that if he goes that route, he will sneak in a boundary, and a much needed one. Cruising into the 50s is Team Imena Centurions.
A powerful shot from Elwaroik. Dropped for a single, but Belte Mugisha wasn't ready for that.
Elwa Loic trying so hard. And again, even more. And this one even more straighter. Even more straighter for another boundary. Again, we spoke about beautiful looking shot, knowing exactly where to hit that particular delivery. And again, guess what? 4 no balls. And well executed. And Elwa will be rewarded another free hit. Let's see how he goes about that. Down the track and hits that one down the ground. And well treated. That's the only thing you can expect from a free hit. And again, from a decent batter like Elua Loic Inez Abimbabazi. Down the ground, straight as an arrow, into the boundary. And the score moves to 58 for 1. And remember, we are inside 5 overs. As the run rate required is dropped to 4.5.
Excellent play from Elwaroik. If you would take a consistent batter through in this tournament, you would also definitely you would go for Elwaroik. He's the man with who is really consistent at this time, and his performance is excellent. And the good thing that I'm liking from Elwa is his targeting, and he knows the balls he can hit, and he's taking them all. He's taking them on too straight, which is less risky. If you have seen this pitch, it's for the batters, and the balls are coming the way they are bowled. Now, there's nothing like magic or any change that might be caused by the pitch. The balls are coming as straight as they are, and the good thing is he knows the balls he can hit, and he's going for that. That's an excellent thing and shows the maturity in the game.
59 for 1 after 5. Talking about Elua Loikine Zabimbabazi. At the moment, he stands on number 1 in the batting chart with 151 runs on his name in 5 innings. and the average is massive. He's averaging at 37.75 with a healthy strike rate of 139. You can tell how Elwa is going on very, very well. Even here, leading the fours with 18 fours, 196 is the total. Hamza Khan now had jumped big time with 12 sixes on his name. And take a look at those numbers. 111 maximums in 3 days and 190. $194 fours, 196, pardon. This is massive. That shows you the growth itself, not the tournament itself, but individuals. Everyone has contributed to the maximum. That has effectively helped the team, their respective teams, in how they performed. Talking about consistency of Eloi, the first game he scored 34 of 28, second game 43 of 24, third game 5 of 4. Very sloppy there in the covers region. They should be able to go for a double. And his fourth inning, 46 of 38. This morning, 23 of 14. These are very good numbers. That gives you such an average. 37 is the average, and he's going and counting here now into the 30s.
High up in the air, catch, but the ball landed safely. It was placed well. Now Belter on strike. Plays it, but straight to the point. Finds fielder ready. Nicely bowled by Craver. The batsman is even surprised. Wasn't expecting that ball. Run out chance. A poor through. Now Erwa on strike. The good thing that I've seen on Erwa, he knows the balls he can hit. When that ball comes, he makes sure he maximizes the power and the control of the shot. That's the thing that every batsman should have. That shows the understanding of what you are capable of and what you can do. Some batsman struggles trying to go for every ball, but the man is showing the art of masterclass batting. Heroic brings us to the end of the power play, and the score is 62 for 1. Needs 68 runs in 86 balls. Change of the bowler from airport end. coming into the attack, the captain himself.
Eric Neo starts off with a short pitch delivery. Elwa Loic wanting to go for the second. And something very good, the fielding has also been tightened. And that is how you've got to put the batters on pressure. Hit hard through the gap and finds a boundary is Elua Loic Ineza Abimbabazi. Now into the 30s. Now I think he deserves that name, Mr. Consistency. Mr. Consistent, pardon. And look at that. Looks on the back foot. Eric Neo offering width, and Elua can only do that. Beautifully done. And the score moves to 68, cruising into the 70s now. Pulls away, and it is racing away. There is the protection in the deep. Rukundo Jean-Pierre, who does the fielding, they will settle for just a double. Into the 70s is Imena Centurions.
Nicely played by Elua and excellent fielding through the point.
Eric Neo trying to tighten things up, but Mugisha Berthe should not worry too much because they've got what they need in the over. Currently going at 10 plus, and beautifully done. The use of the feet, meeting the ball halfway, and a single to end over number 7. 59 more runs needed from 78. It's actually 58 runs needed. And 72 for 1 after 7. A very happy dugout. The coaches, Eric Tuyishimire, with those dancing moves. Again, that shows you how the dugout is. The coach is up there. Actually, the coach is up there. Look at the partnership, 47 of 33. A much needed. And this is what Imena Centurions does best. They know how to maneuver the field. They know how to build a partnership that win you games. And this particular partnership has been going for some time. And they've been there, they've been doing that. And for sure, it has been shown, especially Mr. Consistent, when he is still in, everything is very possible. He has that ability of hitting boundaries as he pleases, getting off strike the way he pleases. And now he will be on the non-striking end. Look at him. He always wants to run. He's always looking at that opportunity to get off the non-striking end to go on the other side. Beautifully done. Power is Mugisha Berthe. Timing sprint, and look at that beautiful looking shot. Mugisha Berthe joining the party. He is not there to be left alone. And look at that beautiful looking shot. The timing is way class to allow himself to get a maximum on his name. Berthe this time round puts that one in the air, and it is taken by Rukundo Jean-Pierre. Mugisha Berthe not holding himself back, wanting to go for more, and Clever brings him on the front foot and gives that one to Jean-Pierre Rukundo, who takes the catch, and a very beautiful catch. 19 of 20 deliveries is what Mugisha Berthe had managed to contribute, but again, the damage has been caused. The damage has already been there. This partnership has been going on so well. 78 for 2 after 7.3 overs.
The new batsman in Clinton Rwagumya. Three more balls to end the over number 8.
The partnership that has been going on beautifully has been broken. Clinton Rubagumya will be the one on strike now, yet to get off the mark. That partnership that has been there has been broken. Clever was the right guy to break that partnership. And again, the two, Clinton and Elua, yesterday built something that gave them a momentum and went on to win the game against Ingenzi defenders. And this time round, Clinton will be expected to do even more. Elua missing out on a half century yesterday, getting out on 46. Hopefully, he goes on and on into the block hole. Is Clever Mutuimana to end the over with only 6 runs, that maximum that Mugisha Berthe got, and he was caught the very next ball. 78 for 2 after 80 overs.
hari ukuntu umuntu arikora ubona akinye nyine akagira gutya akagakeba nyine ariko bo
uri muri ya periyode yo kubuildinga yo gushaka singles utwo tuntu ntacyo ariko igihe nyine ubona hari
n'umuntu uhari noneho umuntu aragenda agashyiraho silipu gari barangiza ngo
Elwa hits that one, finds Daniel in the deep, who misfields, but the batter's not interested at all in taking risky runs. Too short, and played beautifully by Clinton Ruagumya, who understands his assignment in there as he gets off the mark as well.
the Clinton's assignment is very simple. Give the strike to the batsman who is in form, the man who is hitting the ball out of Gahanga Cricket Stadium, the man who understands his game, who is being on the top during this tournament.
And for sure, Elo understands it better. And the outfield not doing justice for Elo Aloik this time round. That was hit powerfully, but the outfield not doing justice for sure. And picks up just a single, which is not bad. Talking about Clinton's assignment. Giving Elwa Loic strike, he will be doing himself justice as well, because they only need 4 runs and over. They can get the 4 runs easily because the two can get the gaps nicely and easily. That simply means Clinton will have to play a part in making sure that this rotation of the strike is done, and here and there they will get in and find those boundaries. Three runs in the over so far, and that takes us to the end of 9th over, 81 for 2.
The man who is in form and who's doing the best thing, you need to keep him on a strike. The moment you keep him on non-strike for a long time, it changes the way he plays and the way he approaches the game. It's better to keep him on a strike.
$59 dot balls is what Imanzi Guardians managed to get so far. Jimena Centurions are on 23 and going on very, very well. Elwa Loic hits that one. Interesting field here. Radukunda Patrick right behind the bowler and having a long off in place as well. Both fielders in one line. Not sure what clever Mutuimana is trying. Very, very well there from clever Mutuimana. Hands on his head as if the batter had nicked that one, but buys as it is indicated by the umpire. But that was a gem of a delivery for sure. The current run rate dropping to 8 now. Clever, look at that over. Beautiful looking over. And Clever Very well done there by Clinton. Sneaking in just a single to keep things going. Can they get more? Can they sneak in a boundary? Because a few minutes ago they were going very well, trying to get a boundary every over. And Elwa Loic understands that big time because he gets a maximum on the very, very last delivery of the over. Look at that, leans forward, gets in the line of the ball, not so much turn on that particular delivery, and hits through the line all the way for a maximum 89 for 2, halfway the innings. And Elwa on 44 of 26 deliveries.
And it is the drinks break.
Imena Centurions cruising. Now 89 for 2. It was a drinks break. And in the next 10 overs, the ask is not that big. The mountain to climb, they've already started to climb. They're halfway. In the next 10 overs, how well can they go about the inning? Because Imena Centurions looks to be in control of the chase with Clinton Rubagumya and Elwa Loic going on with that partnership. And Clinton doing it beautifully. Elwa accessing all areas of the ground, maneuvering the field whichever way he pleases. Too short, powerfully driven, actually punched down the ground at a long one for a single.
Now Elwa comes on strike. He's 43. Could this be the day that he gets his 50? Swept away, but finds the fielder at deep. Deep square leg for a single. Comes back into the attack. Up in the air, but rounded safely. Erua backs into the attack, only 6 lands away from his half century. Plays it straight to the point, finds the fielder ready, picked up at once and throw it to the keeper. Played hard and powerful, but excellent fielding from the deep by Confiance Rukundo. Sensitive cricket from Clinton Ragumya. Played it straight to the long off and brings up the end of the over 11, and score is 9-2 for the loss of 2 wickets.
I don't know, when it comes to the batting, it's sensible. Clinton Rubagumya will keep the strike and going on very, very well. 36 more runs needed from 54 balls. That is 9 overs. The current run rate is at 8.5. The required will be 4. And getting 4 runs and over at ease is Imena Centurions. Clever Mtuimana trying to play with the spin to access the offside region. But misses that one. Clever will be bowling his last. Too short. The pitching was way outside leg stump. There's no way that can be a very close call. Not at all. But Clever keeps bowling dot balls. Beautifully bowled. And take a good look at the morning game when Clever was bowling. He was clobbered for, he went for plenty. He was taken to the cleaners only because he was bowling it way, way quick. And this time round, trying to get it much, much slower. And at times, he's getting the turn. When the ball is too quick, very rare to see the ball turning. This time around, doing it very, very well. Look at that over. 5 dot balls in a row. Clinton facing. And again, when someone is bowling well, you've got to respect that. You've got to respect that and target another bowler. Beautifully done. Looking for 2. And hesitation, miscommunication, but they make their way for the second run. And 2 runs had been picked up to end over number 12. 96 for 2. And 34 more runs needed from 48 balls.
Talking of Craver, bowling in the morning was bowling quick, but I've seen it in a couple of games. The last 2 overs of his spell, he bowls it too slower compared to how he bowls when he's bowling two fast overs of his, and he mostly takes a wicket in his last 2 overs. All of his wickets that he took since the beginning of this tournament, he have got them, most of them, in second 2 overs of his spell.
And again, something that gives me a hard time in trying to understand. Elwa Loic pulls that one, finds the fielder in the dip, and will get a single. And Elwa Loic now scores his highest in the tournament so far, 47 of 31. And something that gives me a hard time in trying to understand is if that has been working in his last 2 overs, why didn't you try it way earlier on when it was being very hard for you to get to land the ball in the right areas? Because I mean, it makes a lot of sense that in the last 2 overs now he had understood how he has to bowl and the lines he has to hit.
And the funny thing is that thing we have talked about it in the morning, because I've been here early, and we met in here behind the pavilion, and I've talked to him, try and go this time slower, and he doesn't seem to understand.
Powerfully, Clinton had already seen two runs shying away from his first half century in the tournament so far. As we get to the end of 13th over.
Elwa now on strike, 2 runs away from half century.
With that boundary of Clinton Rubagumya, saw Eric Neo finishing his spell of 4 overs and conceded 24 runs, goes home wicketless. And Elwa Loic, those, was it from the bat? Not really. Leg buys, but runs are runs whichever way they come. As soon as you are cruising to victory, 26 more runs needed from 41 balls. Elwa Loic, 2 runs shying away from his half century of the tournament. Wonder if Clinton had touched on that. Buys. Mucho Eme not doing justice for Imanzi Guardians. Arnold Ishimwe getting back into the attack. And Elwa Loic Ineza Abimbabazi will be the one on strike. Elwa pulls that one away and will be expected to get back for the second. Not really. Confiance Rukundo in the dip. And finally, Elwa being aware, and Elwa, what a way to get to a half century in style. And his very first, the dugout giving him a standing ovation. Look at Clinton. At some point, you've got to enjoy whatever is being offered. Look at that. Beautifully done. 50 runs off 34 balls, 5 boundaries, and 2 maximums. 147 is the strike rate. Elwa Loic Ineza Abimbabazi cruising and taking the team, trying to see if he can get the team across the line. Beautiful. What an inning this is.
Excellent bunting from Erwaroyik. What a maiden half century for him. And you can feel it and you can see it from the teammates. They are celebrating him. He has been entertaining them and giving them the best that he can.
His third one over Shimwe Arnaud's head for just a single. And Eloi having a chat with him yesterday after their afternoon's game, talking about his consistency. He was like, not done yet. And for sure, he's not, but he's doing himself a favor because displaying such innings from the very beginning, from game one until now, Eloi is still going on very well. And that shows you a bit of hard work that someone has done and had worked big time on his game.
I think this kind of performance sends message somewhere.
And yeah, you're right. It sends a message out there because not so many people will go out there with such mindset, going in there for a chase with such a mindset. If you look at the way he plays, he's very free. He looks very relaxed, very free, not getting scared of trying to hit the ball hard. He hits the ball hard. When the team needs a boundary, he gets a boundary. When the team needs to rotate the strike, he is already there. He is really a match winner, especially when the team that he is in is on the chase.
His game understanding and himself, he have mastered himself. He know what he's capable of, and he's not afraid of trying it. And most of the times, and all the time, he tries it, and it worked. That's what makes difference from Erua and with any other batter in this tournament.
Rukundo Jean-Pierre running in. An appeal, and it is given. The finger is up. The umpire, no hesitation at all. And Elwa's beautiful innings comes to an end. 51 of 38 deliveries. Let's take a look at that. Looking very close. The umpire, no hesitation for sure. And Elwa will not be happy. 134 was the strike rate, 2 maximums, 5 boundaries on his name. And that will be it for Elualoik Ineza Abimbabazi. 109 for 3 after 14.2 overs. The team applauding for Elwa for a marvelous job that he has done for the team throughout. 21 more runs needed from 34 balls.
A new batsman coming in, Manuel Patrick, and 4 more balls. And the other good thing about Elwa is that he's unpredictable. He can play anywhere in the field. Plays it hard down to the deep extra cover for the single.
Clinton Rubagumya still hanging around. And still game on here. 20 runs needed from 33 balls. I might say game on from both ends because it is a game of cricket that we play. You never know what might come your way. So you should be ready and ready for anything. 110. Now 20 more runs. Up in the air. Up in the air. Catch is the call. And catch it is. What a catch that is. The young man, Patrick Iradukunda, gets into the action, running catch, and takes that. And guess what? It is Clinton Rubagumya. Too short to be dispatched outside the park. But look at that. Beautifully done. The awareness is very, very good. And another one perishes for Imena Centurions. 110 for 4 in 14.5 overs. Rafasha Protogene to join Manilele Patrick. Clinton goes on 12. He had played very handy knock. Oh my goodness. It is 2 in 2. And 3 wickets in the over. And I told you, it is very, very possible both ends. Protogene Irafasha trying to place that one through third man region and ends up nicking that one into the keeper's hands. Mucho Dusenge Eme, who takes the catch, and now 110 for 5 after 15 overs. In the next 30 balls, what is going to happen? Needing 20 runs from 30 balls. Imanishimwe Jean-Claude going in, joining Manirere Patrick. Iradukunda Patrick coming in. The run rate required says 4 runs and over. And now it will be up for the two gentlemen in the middle, Manirere and Imanishimwe Jean-Claude. Patrick to bowl his third. Beautifully done and very well fielded by Ibrahim, and saves some runs for the team.
Is this gonna be a moment for Imanzi Guardians to take advantage of a new batters in and take the game back? Played it straight to the cover. No run. Manishimwe Jean-Claude on strike. Plays it straight to the cover. Run out chance. It wasn't taken at this moment.
Jean-Claude Imanishimwe gets off the mark with 2 more deliveries to come. And not forgetting that they still need 4 runs and over. And that simply means they don't need to overdo things. It's just the awareness of knowing what is needed. If you take a look at that single that Jean-Claude got previously, just got it effortless. Just making sure that you drop the ball in the right areas, in the right gaps, and take off. And now Manirere Patrick. Iradukunda Patrick. Beautifully done. What an over this is. 2 runs off it. And over number 16 is complete. 112 for 5. And the more they keep chewing balls, the more they keep conceding dot balls, the balls will catch up with runs, and from there we'll witness a very interesting game here. 9 boundaries so far and 4 maximums. 45 dot balls so far and 6 twos. They've managed to try and run. 33 singles is what they managed, yet Manzi Guardians managed 41. That simply means getting 4 runs and over will give them some hope, will take them closer and closer than trying to look for more boundaries and again failing to get those boundaries, ending up getting those very good overs of 2 runs and over. And Rukundo Jean-Pierre starting off with a dot ball.
In this kind of situation, I expect the batter to look for the gaps, run more instead of going for a big shots, because that will help them to play risk-free. High up in the air, catches the call, landed safely. Craver shows no interest in that ball. The catch was his, obviously.
Things are now starting to heat up. Manishimwe Jean-Claude trying to go hard on that particular delivery. Ends up hitting that one up in the sky. It was a chance, but again dropped, actually landed safely and allowed the batters to go for a couple. 16 more runs from 22 balls. Hit hard, up in the air, and the ball had to spin. They pick up another double. Manshimwe Jean-Claude trying so hard, still looking for those boundaries. Good enough, but again, you've got to be very cautious enough when it comes to this particular stage of the game where pressure is now building. 3 balls, 14 more from 21 balls. Hits that one, finds long on fielder in place for just a single. And to me, it will be all about the awareness and knowing what is needed. Talking about awareness, if you look at the way Jean-Claude hit that particular delivery into the extra cover region, Arnaud, when he was about to, when he was attacking the ball was spinning. And that is the awareness that we always talk about. 5 runs already so far in the over, of which I feel they are very safe, with one more delivery to come. Rukundo Jean-Pierre having bowled beautifully. 2 overs, nearly 2 overs, conceded 6 runs, and his very first over went for 3 wickets. And that was massive. That changed everything, changed the whole equation. Trying to go for a single, actually stealing a single, and Ibrahim picking up that particular ball, not throwing it back in, holding himself back, but he had already fallen down to end the over number 17, 118 for 5, 12 more runs needed from 18 balls. Still 4 runs needed from the over.
Talking of Ibrahim, how he dives towards that ball, he dived as if he completed the catch, not knowing that they wanted to take that chance and pick up the line out.
To me, games like these, games that are this close, I love them because it teaches you to be, it teaches maturity in players. And this happens when you are chasing in most occasions. And when you're chasing, that is when you know that this is what I need to do. Decision making comes into place. And you've got to even think broad about what you have to bring on the table. Manuel Patrick, swing and miss, 2 dot balls in a row, and pressure keeps building. Now 16 balls left, 12 runs. This is where now, if this is where the game is going, then something is very fishy here. The batters need to understand what they need to do, not overhitting the ball. Those will be leg byes.
At this stage of the game, this kind of situation teaches you to being accountable. And from there, I mean being more responsible and being responsible for your own action as an individual. And that ends up changing the whole game.
There's a word that I love big time. It's called unconscious competent. Beautifully played, driven down the ground, finding Daniel in the deep. Just a single. And to me, if you go on and play like that, then you are very, very good to go. If you go on like that, 6 times, that is 6 runs and over. And it's always very hard for players to understand that you've got to take the game deeper. Even if you win the game with 1 ball to spare, at least you are already in a position to decide on what to do. You are already in a position of winning. That should give you motivation going forward. Talking about unconscious competent, you've got to be in this situation in most cases, in most occasions, for you to allow yourself. And that was a big heave. Very good throw in the end, but Jean-Claude Dimanshimwe had arrived safely. That was a very good effort there from the batter, trying to take on the bowler Iradukunda Patrick, accessing deep mid-wicket region, trying to sneak in a boundary to keep the equation even smaller. And the fielder in the deep saves the day for Imanzi Guardians, saves 2 runs. 7 more runs needed from 12 balls. Unconscious competent, it is, being able to do something without thinking about lots of things. You have to be in such situations in most occasions for you to allow your body to get used to those kind of situations, so that when you get in there, you are ready and able to decide on what to do, because you've done it even before. You've worked on it during training sessions. So that simply means when you get in these situations, you won't be needing to overhit the ball, but you will be needing to time the ball, place the ball, and runs will be flowing.
Well said. And I think you mean this is where a game maturity is gained from.
Manire Patrick now turning things around here at Gahanga A. Manire Patrick, what a shot that is. Being aware that mid-off is inside and trying to access the infield, playing over the infield for a boundary. And the equation now comes down to 3 runs needed from 11 balls. This should be a walk in the park for Imena Centurions. Now cruising for victory. Beautifully done. And that is what you need, really. When you get patient enough, the loose ball comes when you have to maximize, of which is what Manley Patrick did. Got a single from that, and 2 runs needed from 10 deliveries. Rukundo Jean-Pierre bowling his 3rd delivery. And that is hit with power and precision all the way. And all the way, I think that is a maximum. Manishimwe Jean-Claude finishing things off in style with a boundary. Not just a boundary, but a maximum. And that will be it for the day. That will be it for Imanzi Guardians. Look at that, giving himself room. The timing was there. The placement was there, knowing that whatever is being hit in that particular region will go all the way. And again, accessing the shorter boundary. 6 runs to finish things off in style. Imena Centurions winning the game convincingly by 5 wickets. I've witnessed 3 games that they had won chasing, and they've did a massive job. Kudos to Imena Centurions. And look at that, Isai up the order with 1 maximum, 2 boundaries on his name. Berthe Mugisha, 19 off 20, 1 maximum, 1 boundary. And the pick of the day, Eloi Ineza Abimbabazi, scoring a half century, missing out on half century yesterday. This time round, came back 51 off 38, 2 maximums, 5 boundaries. Clinton Rubagumya played a handy knock, helping out Eloi to get to his half century with 1 boundary on Clinton's name. Manere Patrick, 9 off 13. And this time round, Jean-Claude Imanishimwe, 15 off 9 with a strike rate of 166 with that maximum to finish things off in style, needing 2 runs to win and hits a 6. The bowling scorecard, Radukunda Patrick goes home with 1 wicket. Clever again with 1 wicket. Clever bowled very well with an economy of 4.7. Patrick again with an economy of 5.7. And 3 wickets were taken by Rukundo Jean-Pierre in his very first over when he picked 3 in the over to bring the game back to life. A number of 12 extras were bowled, and Imena Centurions ended up on 134 for 5 and winning the game by 5 wickets. That's the match summary. Eric Neo, bit of a cameo, 32 off 22, 21 off 23, Manishimwe Manuel. Eloi Loic powering Imena Centurions to the victory in just 18.3 overs, 51 off 38. And Rukundo Jean-Pierre with 3 for 18 in his 2.3 overs. And that will be it for the day. We thank you very much, wherever you're watching from, for being with us throughout the day as we witnessed two big games of the day. And this time round, Imena Centurions going home victorious by 5 wickets. We'll catch you live shortly at the post-match presentation with Eme Muraija.
To the post-match presentation of the game, one of the most competitive game we have ever witnessed here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium was Imena Centurion versus Imanzi Guardians. I would like to call upon the captain of Imanzi Guardians to come in front and give us some remarks. First of all, Hadrak Neo, you lost the game today, but there have been a moment where you seem to take game back. But what went wrong so that you didn't keep up and finish up like you were doing at the moment?
Bowling attack in the power play, they didn't do well. I think they went for plenty runs. So looking forward to cut that in the next games.
Yeah, the tacto seems to be very low. Were you expecting that? Was that your plan? And did you survive? Did you reach your target?
No, the runs were not enough. We were supposed to at least score 160. Yeah.
I wish you a best of luck in the coming games. Thank you. I would like to call upon the captain of Imena Centurion to give us some remarks. Congratulations again. You've won the toss. You lost the toss. You won the toss, and now you won the game. And what does this mean to you?
Yeah, for me, I would say that I'm happy because we made it. Even winning this, it made us to be to the final, and we are happy. Yeah.
What the difference did you make that you have realized in your team you do and makes your team very different from the other team?
Yeah, I would say that we keep it simple, and we are that team that get pressure last. We just keep it simple, and we try to keep it simple. We try to make some like those simple things right. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Wish you all the best in the coming games. And you've heard from the captain of the winning team, and they've done a good job. I would like to call upon the player of the match and the third umpire of today's game to hand over the medal. Inyas, before you go, I would like to ask you a few questions. And you've helped the team to win the game. And what was in your mind when you were bowling, when you come to bowl?
First of all, I have to thank God for this trophy, because second trophy I get it in this tournament. But I'm very happy for that, and it's only just taking responsibility as a national team player, because my team is we are strong on bowling side. That's why I have to do that.
And well said, Inyas. And what should we expect from you?
I accept to control the game and to be a senior in the team.
I wish you all the best in the coming matches. And this is the end of the post-match presentation. The team Imena Centurions have won by 5 wickets. And thank you for being with us all this time, and have a good evening.